Okay, so the group is in the capital city of Hotaku, Kinto. After poking around a little bit, doing some shopping, you guys went to the castle, which I don't remember the name of any of these things, to try to talk to the Shogun about what was going on in Yushai. You weren't able to get an audience, but you did run into the daimyo of Kinto, who's a man named Arutera. And he asked you to basically do a service for the city, so and then he would help you guys out. You guys investigated the fisherman's quarter and what was going on there. You found some fish monsters led by a wet witch called a sea hag. They seem to be like digging into the rock that the castle sits on. You guys fought some weird diggy crab thingies. One of you got thrown off of a cliff and then sprouted wings. And then, which honestly, all of you should have tried, because who knows how many of you have wings. I tried to throw all of you off, but some of you didn't want to do it. So, after that, you got cleaned up because you smelled horribly of fish. And then washed up, went back to the castle, found Arutera, and he took you back and is taking you back into a little audience chamber to have a little chit chat with him before you run into the Shogun's chambers.
Before we get going,
yeah.
Can I make a note about our sponsors?
Yes.
This campaign is not sponsored by Philips Hue, but we should be.
Right. All of our lighting.
All of the lighting. Pretty epic.
Could be more epic if they send us a bunch of free stuff. I'm just saying.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be a real showstopper.
So this is presumably the next day. Because it was nighttime.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's like the next morning, yes.
Yeah, so we've had time to rest.
Yeah, I think you guys took a long rest.
Okay.
I think you guys, when you took showers and or baths.
Okay. I'm going to prepare a different mutagen. I'm going to prepare the alluring one again. So.
I do feel like you might have done this already and taken it before you went to the castle.
Yeah.
So, so you've got the alluring mutagen, so you're back to being alluring instead of being a freaky little freak like you were last night.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a better way we could word that.
No, I don't think so. I know you remember, but...
A feral raccoon.
Yeah, fairly feral raccoon.
Yeah.
The feral raccoon mutagen. Luckily, because that wouldn't have gone well if you had tried to go to the castle like that. Arutera, you remember he gave you that gold placard, basically, that was worth like 200-300 gold pieces. I think you guys wrote that down. So, you got a chunk of change from him, and you are... okay, so you're in the audience chamber. Basically, Daimyo Arutera kind of sits you guys down. You're all, like, sitting in little, like... It's like a little seating area, almost like an officer study, just off of the... off of kind of the main rooms of the castle. This castle is like expansive, and also like even coming here pretty close to the entrance, like the audience chamber and all this stuff are pretty close to the entrance. Like you don't have to go through a bunch of the castle. Most of the castle is kind of like off limits even to higher up people. Even going this little bit into the castle, you can see that like like every room is very like it's a few steps down or a few steps up, and you're not even sure right now, am I on the second floor of the castle, am I on the ground floor, are we like underground, because everything is like turns and ups and downs, and it's very like it's almost like it's designed to be confusing a little bit. But it's all very like nice hard black woods, really like dark woods from the ironwood. very expensive. Everything's like nicely carved and polished and shined and everything. So you can see this castle is very like the outside of it is a lot of stone. The inside is a lot of like hard, like beautiful, like really warm woods. A lot of castles like this, particularly like in what's the city near where Trevor is originally from? Starts with an E. Do you remember the name of that city?
No, I don't.
So the city that's on the kind of
Let
the
me
map.
bring up the map. Actually.
Yeah, you can bring up that.
I'm
not sure that
downloaded
city is
Discord, I
even
might as
on
well.
the map, but it's probably pinned.
Yeah.
None of this is necessary, but our viewers want. No, the absolute. So it's within. I don't even remember the name of that. I can review the map.
That's alright. I'm gonna bring it up here. This is the other one.
Magic. I've got a map here. So it's within Ipsala. Yeah. So within Ipsala, there's a city starts with an E. That anyway, so a lot of castles further south, like in Bravon or whatever, which Trevor would know, you visited a few castles, a lot of them are like stone throughout and they're very like drafty and cold but this castle has a lot of, like I said, hardwoods, got a lot of tapestries and things, which help to make it beautiful, like beautify it, but also help to like trap in like warm air and things like that.
Properly
So
insulated.
yeah, it's really properly insulated so that even though you're like on the coast, one, being on a cliff is like helps to protect it, but also like keep it from like the kind of cold sea air, right? So so it's really, this castle is one of the nicer castles that even Trevor, who's been to a lot of castles, has been to. So Artera, he kind of sits you guys down in this seating room and he says, okay, well, like, you guys did this service for the city, which I really appreciate, and, it helps me, what I would like from you guys is to take, it looks like you've got like a head or something in a bag. I think you maybe even showed it to him, but yeah, the hag head. So if you can demonstrate to the Shogun, just be very brief, be very like clear, and he wants facts, he doesn't want opinions.
Yep.
And describe, what's going on. That can help me then to argue for some resources to be redirected to the city so that we can kind of keep the city safe while we're fighting this war. There's no point in winning a war if we lose the capital. And the other thing, I know that you guys had you had talked about some problems in Yushai that kind of after the fact, after we've resolved what's going on here, or, he may ask, for what else. So, but anyway, just be prepared to kind of like tell him what's going on, why you guys came here to talk to him. I can get you in there, but basically, like, that's what you get. And, if you get dismissed or whatever happens in there, I don't control the Shogun. He's the top guy. So,
and just to be clear, it would be improper for us to assume what he would want to do about it. Our job is to tell him what's going on. Yeah. And from there, whatever he decides to do.
Yeah, the best you could do if you want to, I definitely wouldn't assume what he wants. I have a lot of experience with him and I have a hard time guessing what he's going to do. But what I would say is you can ask for things. So you could ask for resources or whatever it is that you think you need in Ushai, but be prepared for him to not give you that, to give you what he thinks you need or to do what he thinks needs to be done. You can also just bring him facts. That tends to get the best results from like his attitude is if you just give him facts. If you want something specific, you should ask for it because it's unlikely that he's going to guess that. But that's kind of where we stand.
How do you guys feel about asking the Shogun for some sort of badge of office or something, essentially to act in his service to go and clear out corruption in Ushai? Or do you want something more temporary?
I feel like that would be a bit
I know.
presumptuous. I think it would be better to offer to take care of things for him.
Right.
Because if he says yes to that, then it's the natural, like, okay, so we show that we have been given authority to do this. Asking directly for the authority sounds like a power play, and I don't know that we want to go that way.
Yeah, it's like overstepping our bounds, especially because we've not done enough.
What about a contract? You guys know how slayers work. We write up a contract, he signs it, and we could give him a good deal to basically go and have some sort of official capacity to save Ushai.
Inserting real quick onto that, mercenaries are very common on the continent, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times you'll have like a unit of dwarves that goes around and just fights for whoever. So something like a mercenary contract would be really common. It would be something that's almost like a boilerplate thing, right? So you could easily probably get some kind of a mercenary contract.
Because he's hurting for resources, and we're making ourselves available, I feel like that would be more likely to track with him.
My answer to you is I don't want to be involved in a contract, but if you are in one, I'm happy to accompany you while you accomplish that.
Gotcha.
Levi's good for it, especially getting rid of the jade snakes, because that's their threatening nature and everything else, especially realizing how much more is going on behind the scenes than what he even realized himself. So he's willing to help out as much as he needs to.
Trevor?
Yeah, sounds reasonable, but I just think we sort of do whatever the Shogun thinks is best. I mean, presumably I mean, obviously there's a lot of different ways that we could sort of enter into his service, mercenary contracts, direct mission, whatever. I think it's fine to have ideas of things if he asks, but I think it's better to just say, better to let him propose something first, or bring it up.
Yeah. So, are you comfortable being the talker in this situation?
Sure.
Now that we're kind of on the same page as far as what we want?
Yeah. So, talk about what we did in the city, then bring up Ushai. We have some sort of proof, right?
Yeah, so we have the cap from the demolished tower, and then we have the paperwork from the office.
Yeah, okay.
Real quick, let's cut and adjust this camera a little bit, because when you lean to the right, Jason, you're getting a little bit cut off. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah.
Maybe just a smidge more.
Just a little bit. It's kind of tough to
We
do
don't want to
these.
cut off Ian.
No, that's too much.
Yeah, I think that's as
I think if we have to pick, we just cut off Jason.
That's more than fair.
I mean, if you
split the difference and
if you
just have
just
one
scoot
side
over
of
and
Jason
half
and one
it.
side.
I already did. That's the thing.
Yeah,
gotta
this is
get
fine.
nice and cozy.
I think this
Yeah,
remains
that's great.
okay.
Thank you. Sorry to.
We're also going to need to move this one, so if Ryan comes in.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be in here soon. Babysitter will be here soon. That's fine. I don't.
I'm gonna give you a little bit more, and then he can just scoot in with.
Gross. I'm not sit next to him.
Okay.
I know
All right,
it smells
we good?
good.
Okay.
Smells like fish.
Hold on. Before I want to continue the plan because we've gotten through 2. So then,
Yeah, I meant we can continue talking.
Continue
now.
talking. Also, the name of the castle is Tsukishiro Castle.
Wait, so we're not in there yet, though? Because I want to
We're
give you
not meeting
guidance
room.
before we go in.
Well, you
So
guys
we
are
have-
in the castle.
Oh, okay.
When you're
We're
talking
not
to
doing it.
Daimyo Arutera, you're
we're
not
not
talking
in
to the
front of the
Shogun.
show.
Okay.
So I think you would have time before.
I would like to, when it's, an appropriate time, so they don't look like I'm casting weird spells in front of people that shouldn't see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't even try casting innocent cantrip
Nope.
in the presence
That's
of the Shogun.
what
Yeah,
I'm
it'd be
saying.
Pretty inappropriate. So,
Mm-hmm.
and you would know that. So yeah, you do. So that's fine.
So, I have conflicting feelings about the governor. I mean, he's obviously corrupt, but I mean, he's also kind of just doing what he has to do because of his debt. We don't know where his debt comes from, but we also know that he doesn't have any resources allocated from the Shogun. He's just kind of left to his own devices. So whether he's being coerced by the Jade Snakes, we don't really know. But we know that he is working with them, whether he's doing that willingly or not. So, like he said, presenting the facts, we know that he's corrupt. Why he's corrupt, we don't really know. So, it's kind of up to the Shogun whether he wants to fire him or not.
That makes sense.
So then, if we're asked for our opinion, what do we want to suggest happen?
Give us the right to go and root out the remaining Jade Snakes, because we know that they were weak when we left them. We already did quite a lot to weaken them, but...
Daimyo Arutera kind of steps because you're going to talk about this in
Yeah.
front of him, and I think he said, if you're not sure what to ask for, I think Ushai is a part of Hotaku, and if there's corruption or whatever, the Shogun's going to want to probably do something about that, right? While Ushai was something that nobody talked about, the Shogun wasn't focused on it, but if you bring something to him, more than likely he'll devote some kind of resources. He'll do something, or ask you to do something, or whatever. So if you had an idea, it kind of sounds like we don't have an idea of what. If you don't have an idea, you can just bring it to him, and you're kind of going to get what you get.
We can, so, yeah.
Well, that's why we're having the discussion of
Is there something?
if he asks our opinion, what do we want to say?
I can tell you that he's not someone who's going to ask your opinion.
Okay.
So probably he doesn't really care. If you have a thing that you want, you can. A lot of people come to the Shogun with requests, so it's appropriate to make a request. But he's the kind of person who learns something, gives an order, then he forgets about it because he's got a billion other things to deal with. So he's brought information, he spits out orders. That's his role.
So, I think letting the Shogun know that we're happy to take this on in order to help, because it's our duty and we want to help the city. And then ask him what he wants done about the governor, if he wants us to take care of that or not. So just asking for a clarification, honestly, of what he wants. And beyond that, just giving us the ability to have free roam inside of the city to take out the Jade Snakes.
All right. Are you guys ready to go?
Sure.
So a few things. Shogun's name is Matsuda Ira. It's appropriate to refer to him as Shogun Matsuda Ira, Lord Matsuda Ira, or simply my lord. So normally you wouldn't say Shogun, you wouldn't refer to someone as Shogun. That's like his title. But Lord is kind of the way you would address him to himself.
Question.
More than yes.
If you considered yourself as a higher social hierarchy rank to him, would you still do that?
So Yes, if you're talking about, like, if you were a lord, now a lot of times, like, two shoguns meeting would be a little strange, but, like, if a shogun came to Tsukishiro Castle, they would refer to him as Lord Matsudaira, and he would refer to them as Lord whatever,
Okay.
right? So they would refer to each other as Lord.
Okay.
Right? They wouldn't say my lord, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would be more likely to use the last name.
It's like
If
knights talking to each other.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is Sir Bedivere, this is Sir Lancelot,
Okay.
right?
Got it.
The other thing is, if they were more on friendly terms, they would refer to him by his first name, which you almost never hear, but living in Hotaku, you know that his first name is Ryoma. Ryoma. Ryoma Matsudaira, right? So someone might refer to her by his first name if they were.
Okay. What is proper etiquette for being in and entering, exiting?
Yeah, so particularly being that you are obviously of a much lower social class, you enter, you bow down, which is like respectful because this is his castle. So that's one of the things. It's his castle, so he's the shogun here. Even if you were also a shogun, you're not the shogun here. You're just a shogun, right?
But the emperor wouldn't bow coming in.
If there were such a thing as an emperor, the emperor wouldn't bow.
Right.
Yeah, because the emperor would, and that's one of the things. So, once again, kind of taking ourselves from the current like capitalist society back to this society. Essentially, everything is owned by the supreme ruler of the land in almost every country. So, in almost every country, really, the supreme ruler of the land has the ultimate right to everything there, right? And anything or person that comes within their borders, they are now sort of the divine authority over that thing, and everyone else is just a steward of that thing. This is like the patronage system that I was talking about, right? So all wealth and power flows from the shogun to the daimyos and down into the samurai, down into people. So even if you're a farmer working the land, technically, and you don't ever talk to a shogun or anything like that, technically, like a daimyo or somebody could come and just take it from you because really it's theirs, and you just are watching it for them, or you just are working it. You're allowed to work the land, right? You're allowed to make a living by the grace of authority, right? So, can't remember what was the...
Oh, I was just trying to get the formalities of hierarchies and stuff. You
Yeah.
answered the question.
Yeah, so that's kind of what that is. Okay, so there'll be Shogun Matsudaira will be there. More than likely, his wife Aiko Matsudaira will be there, so she often like attends kind of like audience chambers just to make an appearance and to show like authority. There may be other daimyos there. Last time I was in there, there was a daimyo. Gotan was in there yesterday, so he's like in town, right? If the daimyos are in town, they tend to appear and they want to be a part of these kind of things. So Gotan, who's the daimyo, I don't know, he's a daimyo of another county further south, but he's a very like militaristic guy. So right now, he's really got the ear of the shogun. There may be other daimyos that as they come and go who are in town, and then there'll be a lot of courtiers, right? A lot of people who are like attachers onto the court, who are essentially of like the merchant or the shogun class, even if they're not, or not the shogun, sorry, the samurai class, even if they're not like really like, a lot of these people aren't really fighters, but like their families, so they're here, right?
To Daimyo Arutera,
Yeah.
could you finish explaining if there's any etiquette that we should be
yeah.
observing
So
while we're in here?
the most appropriate thing is to bow. If you don't bow, so it would be to kneel down and bow down. Even samurai, which you would know, he doesn't have to explain this to you guys. Even samurai would kneel and bow to each other. There's some social implications to that. Like if you there's ever like slight things that you can do, right? Bowing with your forehead to the ground says essentially to the other person, hey, you have the power here. Whatever you do, like I either trust you that much, or even if you were to pull out a sword and cut my head off while I'm bowing, it's your authority to do that. Or I know that you can kill me anyway, right? It's kind of the deal. A lot of times samurai, even like before a duel or something, will bow to each other like this, but they will bow with kind of their chin to the ground, keeping their eyes like so they can see the other person. So if you make a move, they can make a move against you. So there's slight subtleties that you can do, right? Someone who's more like, if you're more trying to be wary, it is appropriate to, as long as you're bowing and you lower your head below his head, you've kind of done the bare minimum. You've done what's accepted. But yeah, I mean, if you were like another shogun, that kind of a thing, there might be like, okay, well, like how much do you bow and how do you bow? And if you don't bow, what happens, right? And a lot of that's a lot of subtlety, which is kind of above what any of you have ever dealt with, and probably not something you have to super worry about.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah,
is the daimyo going to introduce?
So the daimyo, yeah. So what will happen is you'll go in, you'll bow as being like sort of introduced to the court. The daimyo will introduce you and then give you kind of say, the expectation is the daimyo will introduce you, and the expectation is you spit out what the hell you're here for, right? So it's like, cool. You shouldn't. If the shogun has to ask you things, you're telling him, you're giving him a job to do, and you don't want to give the shogun a job to do, right? So if he's got to go, what do you want, right? Or what are you here for? Then he's already going to be pissed and done with you. Okay. So come in, get introduced, you spit out what you're there for. It's kind of, in a way, it's the opposite of some of like the Western things that we think about, where like you don't speak unless you're spoken to. There, it's like he has the power, so he doesn't need to speak. Your job, you're coming to him, so you got to spit out what you're there for, and he's just gonna sit there quietly. And if he just keeps sitting there quietly, then you better walk away before he decides to do something about you. Okay. Kind of like if he were to not respond, the best thing to do would be just to like if he just glares at you, right? The best thing to do would be to back away slowly and get the fuck out of there because he's done with you. That's probably not going to happen, but if you were to say something pretty rude, then you should get out of there.
So getting presented to the court is him basically the equivalent of him asking us what you want.
Yeah, giving you permission.
So you better just like not waste his time.
Yeah, exactly. That's the primary thing, is don't waste his time. Right. Gotcha. He's very busy, and obviously Ushai isn't his primary concern, and even Kinto right now, which we're talking about, I've kind of asked you guys.
That's not used to bowing to people.
Yeah.
Which is fine. So you can think about how are you gonna do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we're ready, right?
Yes,
sure.
All right.
May the stars guide you.
Sounds good. Yeah, so 1 minute, which luckily it takes less than a minute. You guys are pretty close to the audience chamber. Anything else people want to do before you leave this room or while you're on the way? Nope. No? Okay, perfect. Okay, so you guys, you go into this chambers. The audience chamber is this beautiful, it's kind of tiered. Wait.
Yes, I am going to just do a real quick once over of everybody and just adjust any out of line thread, wrinkles, like get them as presentable as possible.
You all like stand.
I'm wearing my nice silk kimono with the direwolf on the back.
Yeah,
fix
beautiful.
your straight
we bought court clothes.
Yes, so you bought nice clothes.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that
to try to get into the castle the first time.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So you guys have nice clothes. You're all cleaned up. Luckily, I mean, if you smelled like fish, it would be pretty rough. Here's a question: as far as weapons, kind of what is everyone carrying of their weapons and equipment?
Levi's just carrying his shield.
Okay, so you got your shield like kind of on your back or whatever. Yeah. Okay, that's good. What's Trevor got?
I mean, he would probably leave his light crossbow and daggers back in his hotel room. I guess the question would be, I think he would probably bring his quarterstaff, which is, can be used as a weapon, also as a walking stick, kind of a thing. He would probably bring it to like the initial meeting with the daimyo, and then I think he would sort of
Yeah, and I think he would say that. Yeah, the daimyo would say that that's fine, right? So in there's going to be guards with blades, and so kind of it's like, if that's a weapon, that's a peasant weapon, and like we're trained to
deal with it. Yeah.
So
is it appropriate for me to wear my katana and
I think there's kind of a social implication that if you think you're like equivalent to a samurai, it is appropriate for you to do that because it would be dishonorable for you to be disarmed of that. So if it's dishonorable for you to be disarmed of your weapon, and you feel like it's a symbol of your status, which for like a samurai it is, then it is appropriate. Now once again, samurai don't. It's not like a katana. Like samurais in this world don't have like katanas as like you're a katana, you have a katana, you're a samurai. They have a lot of different weapons, right? But you would know a samurai, you would say, oh, that's a samurai, and that's his like signature weapon or whatever, whether that's a spear or a longsword or greatsword, whatever it is, right? That's like the thing. I mean, like, and Ian with his little like Aztec club thing, that the way he wields it, and I think we've customized it a little bit now, you would look at him and go, okay, that's a samurai, and that's his like samurai weapon. So to disarm him of that would be dishonorable. That's what you assume by looking.
I also feel like as a slayer, not only is the heraldry very, very important and the colors, but it's also you recognize a slayer on the weapon that they carry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of things. I mean, the world is large and there's a lot of different cultures. Yeah. Also, a lot of this, I'm kind of asking how you feel about it, because the way you present yourself has as much bearing as the way that you think they're going to interpret it, right? So if you come in as though I'm a slayer, this is a slayer weapon, I am not me without this.
Just like it's very dishonorable that those people pawned their swords.
Yes.
The two that we found in that pawn shop. That is something that they view as akin to death, essentially.
Yeah. Well, you don't know that those were pawned. They could have been.
They could have died and then been found.
Yeah.
It was certainly a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So.
So I think I would keep my weapons.
Yeah. Okay.
Nova has a broom, and I don't think I've emphasized this enough, so I will re-emphasize it now. When she walks, always when she walks, she sweeps in front of her. She's going to step with it, which will be including in the castle.
Including the castle.
Yep,
okay.
Everywhere she goes.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, That's a 7. I thought it might be a 1.
Ooh, do you have any bonuses? Is it just a 7 or 7 on the die? But
7 plus 0.
7 plus 0. Okay. Well, your insight's pretty high, so I won't make you roll insight. You can tell as you're sweeping the castle, there's people in the castle that are like that's
it's
rude.
not
like,
for the purpose of cleaning. I'm not. It's not.
Okay.
That's not what the purpose is.
Yeah. Okay.
It would be obvious that I'm not like.
That's fine. And there's a lot of weird customs or whatever, so people seem confused by what you're doing.
Sure.
Which we're basing that on the persuasion check. People aren't
that's great.
sure what's going on here.
Understood.
So that's fine.
Are we all set?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys go into the throne room, it's not really a throne room, it's an audience chamber. So the daimyo and his wife are on the far end. You can see they're in quite like nice robes. They're kneeling down. The robes are like arrayed and kind of sprayed out, especially her. She almost looks like a flower, just like this blooming, these like layers and layers of like silks blooming out from her. There's a lot of like less nicely dressed people dressed kind of the way you are kind of around. The chamber is a room that has these gorgeous tapestries of kind of the forest, and the whole environment of like is probably supposed to represent like Hotaku in general, but this whole like these murals painted around the outside are just gorgeous, finely detailed things, and like dragons and these tiny little scales painted. And like the outside of the chamber is the highest. It's kind of like at ground level when you come in, and then the chamber kind of like steps down with these wide like 2-3 foot steps. So steps down, so there's like this divot in the bottom, so you're kind of taken in so that you're down in the divot, and then like the nobles and things are around the outside above you, and the shogun is on the far side, kind of the only person sitting on like any kind of furniture. So he's kind of kneeling on these cushions. So he's a little bit, as he's kneeling, raised above other people. And you're taken and stood in front of him. You can see even this daimyo is quite, Arutera is pretty like he kind of lowers his head as he's coming in and things like that, just to like, you're not sure if he was like yelled at or whatever. You know, he left angrily the last time, so you're not sure like, does he show anger in front of the shogun, or like did he yell at the shogun and now he's like coming in meekly, or does he not even yell at the shogun and he's always a little bit meek? You're not sure, but he comes in kind of meekly, like bowing. He bows to the shogun. You can see there is that Gotan, the other daimyo, which you can tell from. He's carrying 2 blades. He's very close to the shogun, just like maybe 3 feet away from him. Also around the outside, there are several samurai class people who are in the closest thing to full plate armor that exists here. They're in this like layered lamellar armor. They've all got like face masks. So you really like, even their eyes are so dark. A lot of samurai are like almost like half Ashigaru, where they're kind of like lightly armored. They usually have like nicer stuff, but they're more mobile. These guys are like, mobility is not the point here. The point is that they are just like decked out.
Yeah.
So they're kind of around the outside, and you can see a couple of them like nearby behind the shogun. So the only person that looks like, besides these kind of honor guard, that's close to the shogun with a weapon, is this daimyo Gotan, and he's huge. He's this huge, muscular, just like broad-shouldered guy. I mean, he's probably like 250 pounds, 300 pounds of just like muscle. So you can see why, like, he looks like, if you're fighting a war, that's the guy you want. So they come in, the daimyo, this is dangerous now. Someone who has no introduction. So yeah. So the daimyo introduces you, says, my lord, these are some, what do you introduce you? Maybe some mercenaries, or, you know, some...
So as we pull up, I think, you know, I would go into the bow, and I would do a bow that's like, probably like guardsman level, so below samurai, above servant, you know, like menial servant. Right?
Yeah. Which maybe just like head to the floor, but very quickly. Right? Yeah. So you're like head to the floor, but not enough time to like make yourself vulnerable.
I would follow Trevor's lead. What does Nova do?
Right. So Nova is going to, it's almost like a curtsy where she folds one leg over the other and brings her hands together. And it's a very light bow. It's enough that he would know it pays respect for his position, but also doesn't place her beneath him in status.
Okay. Yeah, so you're kind of making a statement there that like, I'm important.
Yeah.
Okay. What about?
Levi just follows Trevor's lead. Yeah. He takes a lot of social cues from... Because Levi just...
Yeah. Are you kind of... you're hanging back a little bit? Yeah.
Levi's just always kind of like just hanging behind Trevor.
Yeah, and I won't ask you for specifically your actions, but sort of like, what's your attitude? Like, everyone's bowing. It was described that it was, you know, you should bow before you're in front of the shogun. So, what's
samurai bow.
And you would know how a samurai would act if you just want to be like generic.
Right, exactly. I would get into the samurai pose as he walks by.
Yeah, so probably what that would look like from you is you would like kneel, but your eyes never leave the shogun. Right? So someone who's of a lower class, you would divert your eyes, but you kind of stay battle ready. So that's indicating to him, I'm a soldier.
Yeah, soldier class.
Yeah. So, okay. So that's good. Yeah, so Daimyo Arutera says, these are some, you know, adventurous, some mercenaries that I hired to investigate some disappearances in the fisherman's quarter of the city, and they have some findings we need to share with you.
I will present the hag's head.
Well, wait, hold on. Are you taking charge of this, or
You're taking charge, but I'm not wasting any time here, so I'm.
Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna give you the head.
Fine.
Okay.
I just feel like you immediately like presenting the head is like.
I feel like we already
of the
combat time here, so I think that happens before you can react to it. So.
All right, fine. Yeah. So as soon as the daimyo finishes the introduction and we've done our bows and stuff, we'll probably synchronize that a little bit as best we can. I would immediately start speaking to the shogun and say, "My lord, we bring tidings from the fisherman's quarter, and what would we call? Would we just like call it like the castle walls or the castle district? Like if I wanted to refer to like the area where we fought the creatures that were digging the tunnels, what would I refer to that as?
I don't have the map up, but the castle district is called Shirakawa.
Okay.
So the Shirakawa is the castle.
Okay, so I would say we bring tidings from the fisherman's district and Shirakawa, because I want to indicate that like what I'm about to say isn't just like, oh, that's just in the fisherman's quarters and we don't really have to worry about it, right? Like you just want to introduce the idea that there's some importance and urgency to this. I would say acting in the service of the daimyo, we investigated the disappearance of I guess citizens, I would probably say, in the fisherman's district, and I would kind of lay out, like we followed these suspicious people. We discovered that there were fish people. I guess I would use whatever. I don't know if I know what their species is, or if that's common knowledge, or
they're Shogun.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's like, do people commonly know what Shogun are?
Yeah.
Or
maybe. Yeah, I would say maybe. I mean, these people live close to the water. So probably.
I just wasn't sure if it was like a common enough threat that they would be aware of what fish people are. Right?
Yeah.
Like, we discovered some Sahagwin led by a sea hag, and at this point I would sort of like shift the box a little bit closer to the front.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good. And when you whip that out, like there's like, kind of like the ladies fainting and stuff like that. Like it's disgusting, and there's like a lot of commotion. The Shogun, to his credit, is totally passive. So he's had just a completely neutral expression since you came in. So
Anyway,
like it's so gross. This is like she has a special ability because she looks disgusting right, when she's alive.
I also want Trevor shoots a dirty look at this is not the order of presentation that Trevor wanted.
To be clear, it is in a box, so I'm gonna whip out the head and like open the box.
Okay, so the box
I was waiting for your moment. Ready to present.
That's a very good clarification. Thank you.
And they say led by a sea hag. They appear to be digging tunnels up through the cliffside towards the castle.
Such like murmuring.
We have eliminated the immediate threat, and I bring the box like forward in front of me where I'm kneeling, and I open it up in like kind of like like a not like when you're displaying like a weapon, you do it in a like non-threatening manner, and just like, hey, let me show you my dagger. No, it's more like like the finger, whatever, in a way to like no sudden moves kind of a thing, to like try and minimize the shock of it. But to reveal the head of the hag. So we've taken care of the immediate threat. But the tunnel, what I estimate the tunnels are like 2/3 of the way from the.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's really hard to tell up inside.
As well as
actually, I think I remember when you guys got to the top of that one tunnel, you could hear things through the ceiling.
So it might be pretty close to like the sub basements of the castle or whatever. Okay. I would try and like describe that as succinctly as possible.
Because we could hear footsteps too, couldn't we?
I think some heavy.
Yeah, could we? I know we could hear it from the out. So I know we could hear guards patrolling from that cliffs outside. I don't remember about the inner tunnel.
I feel like I remember. Did we kind of map that area out too?
Oh, you did.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And so probably then I would say, it's like the tunnels are not complete, but they have made significant progress building a path from the sea to that, and I would probably like gesture to
and Levi would pull it out of his bag and like very like because he is terrified right now. He is. This is like going up to the elders in the coven. He is not used to this.
Yeah, I think probably at a certain point, Trevor just kind of like take over the job and let you kind of like scurry back.
Yeah, he's like scooching with their fingertips, like scooching it up. Like, all right.
So then we've got the head kind of in the box, but it's open and viewable, and then next to it, this sort of like rendering of the tunnel system.
Yeah, so you see the Shogun is kind of like staring down, like looking at this map and looking at the thing. You see it kind of thinks for a second, and he turns to Daimyo Goten, and Daimyo Goten, I thought I wrote this. He is a man with an immense man with a long, luscious beard.
Nice.
So yeah, Goten's got this long beard, which is not super common around here, but yeah. So like he may have some like dwarf blood in him or something. So he shouts, he gets some quick commands to Goten, he says, I want you to allocate, like, and he's got like numbers and everything, 5, essentially like spies. He wants access to Goten's spy network to have like 5 of his agents to be reallocated to Kinto under Arutera, and essentially like as well as a return. Okay, so yeah, to the spy network to reallocate agents to Kinto, as well as returning the soldiers that were pulled from Kinto back into the city. So yeah, he's essentially like your impression is this is a continuous of a long conversation that's been happening probably for months, but basically like, hey, those people that I pulled out of Kinto, I want you to give them back, put them back under Arutera's command. Goten seems like furious, like you could see like his jaw clench and everything, like it's like he won a victory and now that victory is taken away from him.
Can I make an insight check to like determine like is there some kind of rivalry between Goten and Eritrea?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an insight.
Question. Oh, +0. But I did roll an 18.
Same
18. If I could too, while all this is going on, I really do just want to kind of be observant about any social stuff I can pick up on.
Yeah, you could see there's a lot going on that you think like with you kind of generically, there's a lot going on that you think given enough time you could work out. There's definitely a lot of like complex interactions there, but also you can tell that like most of these nobles that are here are more like yes men, and they're gonna go with whichever way the wind blows, and they may have opinions, but they'll almost override their own opinions in their own mind when the Shogun says something, right? So whatever he says, they're like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, right? Like most of these people are not worth your time. You can already tell.
Thank you.
But yeah, there are a lot of complex things, and you can tell that like yeah, there's a lot of like complex alliances and interactions going on. That you can tell there's a lot of like manipulations and things that could be manipulated here. As far as you on an 18 with that insight, I think what you know is that, or what you guess is that they don't have a personal rivalry, but there is like a power play here where, especially like Goten may have been sort of one of 12 daimyos in the past, but now he feels like he's like second in command, and the more that power gets pulled from him or resources get pulled from him, that kind of lowers him back down to being just another daimyo. And so you almost feel like he's either taking advantage of or just really enjoying this civil war because it makes him important.
So is he? No, I don't remember if we knew this or whatever, but maybe we were told, or maybe I have picked up on the conversation. Was he like sort of made like the war leader?
Yeah, that's the way it seems. And it may just be that I think he is a daimyo of basically a county between Kinto and the fighting. So he's like in a strategic position compared to the rebels, and he's like well known as a general and strategist, and just a powerful warrior. So yeah, he's like sort of perfectly placed, and is really like I said, either really enjoying or taking advantage of this opportunity. I
mean, in this kind of society, like it would potentially feel like a slight if your influence started to slip. Like
exactly.
Whether you're being nefarious or not, you just look at it as like, oh, I'm losing stature.
That's exactly what it is, right? He was like, because also like he thinks if he can win this war and put down this rebellion, then he'll stay important. But if the rebellion goes on, or it's seen as sort of like well, we won but it was not that good, like the faster and quicker he can crush the rebellion, the better he looks. So like he's like, well, maybe I could win, but like the more resources you pull, then it makes me look bad,
and then it's like, hey, why did it take you so long to stop that?
And it's like, exactly. He's like, well, you pulled resources from me, and it's like, so that's kind of what it is. You don't think that necessarily it's like nefarious, but like
it's just
he's like I need all these soldiers, right? I need more soldiers, and you're taking soldiers away from me. He seems as focused as you've heard the Shogun describe on like he's sort of single-mindedly pursuing this rebellion.
Okay, cool, nice.
Yeah. So yeah, he does that, and then the Shogun, he looks back at you almost like you're being dismissed, and then the daimyo says, okay, Daimyo Aratera says, in addition, they have news from your the southern county of Ushai.
Yeah, and then I would immediately say, my lord, we bring a news of the governor of Ushai. Probably signal to whoever's got the end cap piece.
You did.
Okay, so I had the end cap piece. Did we also give me the
paperwork? Yeah.
Okay, so I would have those. We have found evidence that the governor of Ushai has developed a relationship with the Jade Snake. What?
UNT cult. But
well, I mean, are they known?
Well, Jade Snakes are like a gang, basically.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Like, are they a gang or whatever they have?
Criminal organization.
Yeah. Jade Snake, criminal organization. Present the end cap with the the snake head, and then I don't know if there's is there like a clerk or something, like in some places where it's like there's the intermediary if you need to give like documentation.
No, there's like a scribe or whatever who's almost like the stenographer in a court, right? That's like taking notes in like minutes or whatever, right, you think? So yeah, that person is like kind of down almost at your level, maybe like one step up in between you and the person and he's basically that person's just being like ignored right now, but you can like hand them stuff.
I think I would pull out the document to kind of like display it to the court, and then do whatever is the appropriate thing to pass it to the clerk or whoever for so that the shogun at his convenience can learn about the document.
I think so.
I could just present it there. It feels like with the document you would like give it to an official.
Yeah, you could like it would be probably appropriate to hand it to like the stenographer person, like the court scribe. So you hand it to them. They look down at it. You see, like, there's a little bit of like nonverbal communication between them and the Shogun, and the Shogun kind of like nods to Arutera, and Daimyo Aratera takes it, reads it, and kind of summarizes it really quick for the Shogun. Essentially.
Okay.
Right. So, yeah, the Shogun like never moves his hand, and pretends to like pick that. So that's kind of summarized like what's in the letters. Is there anything else you say?
And I think, so I would say, we indicating the art group are at the Shogun's service to take care of, or to further investigate the issue.
Yeah, roll me a persuasion check just for this.
We forgot to use your guidance. You have already made a roll once.
I think you can choose when
Okay.
guidance applies.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
can
know
choose
that.
if you
That's
just
what I
hold
So
it.
I chose not to apply it to the
I thought it
inside.
had to be your next one.
No, there are like things that give you like advantage on attack rolls that has to be the next one,
Okay.
but I think guidance is
Awesome.
Yep.
a
I'll
roll
get
of your
choice.
choice.
Didn't know that. That's great.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Okay. Ooh. So sorry, what was this? Persuasion?
Persuasion.
So that is a 25.
Good job.
Nice.
Good job.
I got
Yeah,
a 4 on the guidance roll.
way
Nice.
to nail it. Okay, so let me get my notes here so we can get you the best possible solution.
You got the perfect swell in the music, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could see like the Shogun, like as you're speaking, like his jaw is clenching, and like I won't make you roll this, but like on your inside, you could tell that it's like you're thinking about this from his perspective as you're standing in front of him, and it's like he's already dealing with all this shit.
And
then
Ushai
you're like,
happens to be
Ushai
pretty
is-
close to where the border war is going on.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, well, Ushai is like beyond the, so it's like Kinto's on the coast, and then there's like a few counties, 1 or 2 counties that you've gone through. Then there's like the rebellion county here,
Yeah.
and then there's like maybe a county or two. So the rebellion county is like Ushai's down here, and like Kinto's up here. So it's like on the other side of this war. So it's just like, oh, like how far down does this go? Is this related to the rebellion or whatever? But it's like whatever this
Or
is.
are they taking advantage of the rebellion to do their own thing?
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels
Yeah,
like. But he's basically like, you know, like, is everything slipping away from me here? Like he's getting really frustrated, and you can see he just like has no patience. But he doesn't seem frustrated with you.
No, yeah, I get it.
So yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're kind of sort of like beneath notice, really.
Yeah, it's like there's not much you can do. Like if you upset him, maybe he would have you killed, but then he wouldn't like think about it, right?
Yeah,
like he wouldn't let it upset him.
Yeah.
But yeah, this he's like seems really upset. And also like you realize that like even just the fact that there's a governor there, like having a governor instead of a daimyo kind of puts it's because Ushai isn't important, but like that's the kind of thing where he would probably have to get personally involved in order to like appoint a governor and all this stuff. So it's like Ushai maybe has already been a bit of a thorn in his foot like years ago, and now he's like in Ushai again, right? Like this shitty backwards town or county.
Well, it's kind of outside of the normal power structure in a way, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like,
Exactly.
there's a governor there. I don't have, FaceTime with him or whatever, right?
Yeah, and he's like, I put a governor there so I wouldn't have to think about it.
Yeah.
And now I'm having to think about it because he's fucking up, right?
Yeah.
So, you could see, like, the first time he really, like, speaks very much. Like, he's spoken in short bits. But you can see he's like, oh, Nagamura, this is the final grade at my scale. By order of the Shogun, you 5 are to return to Ushai and execute this wayward governor. I give Arbiter leave to appoint a replacement, though I require one of noble birth this time. The peasantry is ill-suited to leadership and is easily corrupted. Once you have completed this task, you may return, and I will arrange Arbiter to reward you from my coffers. And then you can see that you're basically dismissed at that point.
Right. I think probably I would do like a slightly like
Deeper
bow on the way out. But like still very quick to not waste his time, but like slightly longer head touching on the floor.
Sort of like a thank you. Like,
kind of acknowledgement of the command.
We're
like,
gonna
deal with that.
Yeah.
And then begin. Is it like, do you back out or like do you turn? Like some cultures, like you don't show your back.
I think probably backing out most of the way would be good.
Or at least maybe backing up
at
to
one
the
point,
steps.
because at one point, like Gotan, and you even like felt it a little bit. Like Gotan had spoken to, like, kind of during the talk about Ushai, Gotan, and which is one of the reasons you think that the Shogun didn't like assign a unit of soldiers to go take care of it, because Gotan is like, you cannot take any more soldiers from me. But Gotan like steps towards the Shogun and like turns his back on you guys to speak to the Shogun. Yeah. One, so that like you can't hear him whispering, but even you guys are like, ooh, that does feel like disrespectful to be like, oh, I don't give a shit about you guys. Yeah. You guys aren't important. I'm talking to the Shogun right now. And then he steps and faces you guys again. Right? So it would be kind of disrespectful to be like, bye, right? And just like turn your back on the Shogun.
Yeah. So there's probably like you get to the proper zone where then you can just turn
you
around.
kind of probably step up out of the steps, and then you're not like in his presence anymore, and you can turn. And once you're like around the back steps, then you can step up. So
I'll give him a slightly deeper curtsy on my way out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he does. You can tell like he seems to kind of be watching you guys passively, but he does kind of like look at you more because he doesn't know who you are.
Yeah, it's still funny too because Levi's just like a half second behind everyone else. It's kind of like, oh,
Yeah.
like just like
Just kind of grab Levi's cloak a little bit just to kind of get him moving a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit.
Okay, yeah, so you guys step out of there. Arutera kind of leaves with you guys, even though like technically he could stay, but he's gonna kind of guide you back out of the castle. And you can see like after he leaves, he kind of lets like a little smile come to his face, and he's like, "That was very good, very well done. I appreciate your help." Right?
Sounded like you got exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, I think with my soldiers back and some covert agents, I think we'll be able to keep Kinto safe so that we actually have a government to hold this country together. Yeah, so he says, I really appreciate you guys. He says, I don't really know what you guys want to do about Kinto. Or about, Ushai.
I mean, he said execute the governor and bring him back. So I guess that's what we'll do. How do we show that we're like working in an official capacity?
I think basically.
Do we get like a scroll or seal that?
Yeah, Arutera can provide you with like a scroll or something that says you're working in official capacity. A lot of times it's just kind of like on trust.
Yeah.
But you guys are a little bit like outside of the normal social structure. So
well, I would like. I mean, so he wanted us to execute the governor there and then like bring the body back to Kinto. Or
he just said. So what he said was execute the governor,
come back, and
find someone else to be a daimyo of Ushai. And when you finish that, come back and or you come. He said come back, but you don't really need to. But basically, Arutera will.
If I may, my preference would be if that's what we're going to do, which I have reservations about. But if that's what we're going to do, I say we get him and bring him back here with us once we put somebody else in his place and execute him in front of these guys.
I think that culture was about giving heads.
Yeah, we'll present the head to him.
Yeah.
I think we should get an official document, so that we can do like a public execution in Ushai and be like, by order of the shogun, like this, governor, I can't remember his name, is condemned to death, and like take care of it there, like.
Yeah,
public demonstration.
Yeah, and essentially what Arutera can probably give you it in two different scrolls. One being this, it's like basically the governor's execution orders, which he would give to you, and then sort of a scroll that's like, how would you do it? It probably would be like a. It would almost feel like, it wouldn't be exactly this, but almost feel like a form that's like, I blank take like of noble birth of blah 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 house, take leadership of county of Ushai. So somebody of noble birth has to become the leader of Ushai.
Right.
So that's, and he it does seem crazy that he's like, just you guys do it. It kind of shows how little he gives a shit about Ushai, but he's basically like, I don't care who.
Didn't he ask the daimyo Eritrea, though, to do it?
Well, no. What he said was that...
to have him find someone.
Well, yeah. Arutera has the authority to appoint somebody, but you guys have to find it. He basically is like, you and Arutera find somebody.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Where are we going to find somebody of noble birth? that wants a job, basically.
Yeah, when presumably they looked pretty hard the first time.
I'm making an insight check.
Anyone have a free kid?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna assist on that one because
I mean, you can roll your own, but
sure.
24. Okay. 24.
You were acting awfully strange in there.
Yeah.
Levi's very perceptive. Like, he was planning escape routes that entire time.
I think you're like, she acts like she's a princess. And you might, I would say, you're like, she acts like she's a princess, and you're like, we could probably convince someone that she's a princess. Is I think where you're at. You're like, she acts pretty high and mighty, and we could probably whip something up to say that. You kind of think a lot of people are nobles. You're like, but you're definitely like, isn't Nova a princess? I just assumed she was a princess.
If it walks like a princess, looks like a princess.
Trevor's definitely not a princess. So
No, he's a princess.
Trevor's not a princess.
That you guys know, but we haven't dealt with backstory.
It's true. He's a weirdo. He doesn't know how to chew his own food. So, yeah. You're like, is the robot a prince? No, probably not. That doesn't make sense.
No, he's a bodyguard.
I
He's a
just
princess.
said noble blood.
Maybe
so.
it's something we discussed during our travel.
Okay. Yeah, is there anything else that we want to do here? Any questions for...
Actually, as you guys are leaving, and you notice this because you've been watching, like, sort of the interplay of things, but, and I think when you were introduced, like, names were given very quickly, but you notice that one of the sort of court people kind of slips out, and they don't follow you, but they do intercept you guys as you're, like, kind of leaving the castle. And one of them stops and hands you a scroll, and they say, they're like, oh, good afternoon. I'm a representative of the Royal Bank of Kinto. You're Levi, known as Levi Loneham, I believe. This is to inform you that your debts have been acquired by the Royal Bank of Kinto. And you see a scroll that lists out your debt, very official looking paperwork. 2,500 gold pieces to the Royal Bank of Kinto. Yeah, so the Royal Bank of Kinto purchased your debts. They say...
This is the collection agency.
Yeah. Do you have any amount that you would like to pay right now?
Is that like a real question, or is that rhetorical?
Yeah, I mean, you could tell that this person isn't a collection agent because they would be thugs with clubs to be like, what you got? But this guy's like, hey, I'm official, and I'm not like, we weren't maybe expecting to see you, but I do happen to have a scroll that I was looking for you that we acquired. So they ask you if you have any.
I got like 20 gold.
Do you have any friends or family
I mean,
in the area that you
and this guy definitely can't take this from you by force. So anything you pay would just be, this guy is official.
Could I kind of intercept this exchange and say to this person, we should be back within a couple of weeks, and with any luck, we'll be able to pay it in full then, if that will work for you.
Well, yes, I'm obviously not part of the collections department. I don't oversee that. You may receive visits from collectors, agents. Any efforts made to collect, I do have to warn you, will the cost to collect a debt is added to the debt. So you want to make sure that you pay at least regular payments without having to
I guess I'm
be
just asking if we could defer the payments for a fortnight.
Yeah, and he doesn't know. He's not a part of that.
Fair
So
enough.
you're just gonna, if collection agents come, this is a notification of the debt.
Understood.
So this opens you up for collection agents to come. So if they come, I would recommend that you have some kind of a payment. If you don't, they will attempt to collect what payment they can.
Is there any type of payment that Levi could give them not that's in collections for a fortnight?
Well, so it's hard to say. 20 gold isn't going to cut it. Somewhere in the 100 or hundreds of gold would probably
He does not
buy you a month or something.
He does not.
Giving it to this guy?
He's an official agent of the bank, so he would be a person you could give a payment to.
We have 300 gold pieces worth of jewelry. Gold jewelry. Could we give him 100?
You have the gold placard worth 300 gold pieces.
Yeah.
So you could. It's not.
We probably don't necessarily need that. Definitely, because we got that.
Yeah, it's essentially payment. Yeah.
Because we've definitely established a more, personal but professional relationship with the daimyo. Like we've been officially deputized by the shogun to go and execute the governor. So.
Yeah, on a 25. Yeah, you have like official documents now. So like you don't necessarily have to like flash a placard that's like, hey, we did a favor for the daimyo. Yeah, that's not necessary. Now, do you want to pay this 300 gold? Could you use it for other things?
Right,
sure, but you could pay it to
I think initially we were not converting it into its monetary value because we wanted to be able to like prove that we can access the daimyo.
Are these debts new to the party? Were we aware of?
No, these are definitely some conversations we're gonna have also while we travel.
And you can tell this guy is focused on Levi. Like he's not. You guys don't owe a debt, and you're not like part of an organization that owns a debt. Yeah. Levi specifically
owns. Break his kneecaps.
Well, then,
yeah, exactly.
With the group's consent, I would like to give them this so that we could put off any collections issues, and then amongst the group, we could arrange Levi in the group if that's what you
worth 300.
Is that
I don't
fair?
think your kneecaps are worth 300 gold.
Okay, I will present him with our 300 gold piece.
Oh, yes, definitely. I can, talk to collections and make sure that they give you, ample grace period for this. I appreciate the prompt payment of that.
I'm just going to write in my notes here that Levi owes the party.
Slowly just transferring the debt from the bank to the party.
Yeah, you guys are going to start breaking Levi's kneecaps. Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
Good luck with that one.
Good thing druids don't need money.
300 GP.
Do physical status conditions carry over when you wild shape?
Like missing
you know that they don't because his arm isn't all messed up when he's the bear.
Interesting.
All right. So in combat you can wild shape to a bear and have whole kneecaps.
Wow.
And whenever you want, you could be.
Okay. So we're going to go to Ushai. Do we need anything for our travels?
Oh,
my soul.
Am I going to pole arm at some point? Because if that's the case, I may have determined that it would make more sense for me to get a pole arm weapon in town.
With what money?
Well, that's just it.
Bad timing.
How much? I have 25.
Well, we could fuse my club to it too to make it
well, I don't know if
magical.
we can do that. Maybe we could.
I mean, we could figure out a way. It would cost you nothing.
Yeah. So I mean, I present my calculations on how it would benefit you and the party to get a longer weapon.
Can we just purchase a regular forearm while we do before we go? That should be fine, maybe.
I would say the best you can do, it would cost you, I would say, let's say twice as much as a halberd.
It doesn't have to be now.
You could buy a pole arm, or if you paid twice as much as it costs to buy a halberd, you can attach securely enough to make his axe a halberd instead.
Okay.
So that's you can do.
I don't know where this shows.
So you basically become a +1 halberd instead of a +1 great.
Yeah.
Where's the wallet in this app?
Hold on, I'll help you.
Are there any scrolls that Trevor would like to get while we're in a nice town?
So if you go to your inventory, here's your
Things like
So I have
jump
60 myself.
and like single-use things that would be good for mobility or utility. That way you don't need to prepare them.
Forgot. Okay.
Oh boy.
So 3 quest cards.
Hey.
Finally.
So we have investigate the fisherman's quarter and I can't read my own handwriting. Bring back evidence or end the threat. You guys ended the threat basically. The reward is reputation with Hotaku. So obviously you've got some Hotaku rep. The Shogun knows you. Meeting with the Shogun. So here's the thing. That seems very vague, but you guys know, especially you know, that the Shogun recognizing your faces as some people, and you think that conversation went really well.
Okay.
You're like, okay, the Shogun now has a good impression of us, which 99.9% of the population will never get that. So there's 1 completed quest. You guys have 2 remaining quest cards, which I'll let somebody grab those.
Reverse Kenzo's curse, Hotaku reputation, and ally Kenzo, and improve the government in Yushai. Otaku reputation level 4, perhaps other benefits. Dot.
We'll take both. Right?
Yes.
Yeah,
No, you get.
I don't know that this is a choice.
Right.
This is not a choice.
I mean,
You get
Do
that.
it.
these are
So,
things we can do.
and that's
do it both.
so. This is we're going to try to do something like this, but this is the thing. Once you fix, which you've just been given royal authority to do, once you fix Ushai, you will level up to level 4.
Okay.
Nice.
So,
Well, let's
the
put
faster
it in.
you can do that, the better.
So, scrolls, any other kind of like utility things?
No.
Food?
Food.
We have a druid. They can.
I feel like we
Yeah.
could forage for food
We
for the
can
most
forage,
part
yeah.
between the 2 of us.
Yeah, Levi's just awkwardly like, I did not put that one away.
I mean, I don't know how much spell scrolls cost.
Oh,
50 gold, I think, for a
50
level
gold for
1.
level
You can also, as a spellcaster, you can scribe scrolls.
I don't know
of
that
spells
warlocks can.
Really?
Not in 5th edition. I think in
Right.
5 you might be able to.
Right.
But yeah, that's like a wizard thing.
Okay. Yeah.
At least I'm not sure about 3.
Okay.
I know more people can do stuff like
Mhm.
utility stuff.
At the very least, you can cast scrolls as a warlock. So
Yeah.
if you want to buy a couple
Yeah,
level ones,
you guys could pick up potentially some level 1 spell scrolls. Level 1 spell scrolls probably wouldn't be too uncommon. Like you could find a magic shop that has like spell formulae and scrolls. Scrolls are a lot more complicated than just like spell formula for wizards. Spell formula would like teach you how to do the spell. The scroll has the magic in it already.
Okay.
So, yeah. And you can't use the formula, but you can use it.
Should we see about any caravans going back to Ushai for us to ride with, or do we want to just put it the whole way?
I mean, extra money is always nice, but it was easy to find somebody going to Kinto.
Except for
Ushai.
going the other way, though.
Yeah, especially going around the conflict.
Do we want to get like a horse and a wagon in case we need it?
I mean, that was why I was kind of hoping to keep some money, but I guess we have 100 gold worth of textiles that we got.
Mm-hmm.
We have 25 gold worth of trinkets.
I have 90 gold just floating.
You guys got some random magic items from the first session,
Yeah.
yeah, I
which
got
were
the
just like common things
Oh,
that you
yeah.
could probably sell. You had like a dust of dryness
Yep.
and stuff like that is
Giant
like
giant string,
worthwhile.
purple
You could sell
climbing,
that.
potion
Mhm.
of greater heal.
Mhm.
which is worthless.
as a yeah as a player of video
Oh.
games, I wouldn't sell the potion of healing because I
Yeah.
always hoard those.
Yeah.
But random other magic items.
Who would be interested in the dragon skin? You mentioned it
Yeah.
having heat insulating properties like for a smith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the best place to sell that might be like the Silkway.
Is that something that could be made into druid armor, though?
It could be made into
too small.
armor.
It's from a wormling, so
Yeah.
he said that like best we could do is maybe like some gloves.
Mhm.
Got it.
Or
Yeah.
some armor for Alexei.
If you had like 4 or 5
It would be.
It would be
skins,
cute.
you could make like leather armor with it. That would be heat resistant. But yeah, you don't have enough.
I like the red panda armor.
That'd be cute. No, that would be good. Maybe we hang on to it for now in case we can combine it with something else. in the future.
I would really love to have at least one cart and a horse. I think is a good idea.
I think so too.
Probably the Silkway. So the Silkway is a part of the city where a lot of artisans are, and it tends to be like sort of like you think about like manufacturing isn't there as much, right? So you're not going to find like, you know, people making like regular everyday stuff, but it's like nicer stuff. And there are like blacksmith, but they tend to be like a bladesmith would probably live in the Silkway as more like it's more like a cultural crafting district. So a lot of like artists, painters are definitely like, that's like the stereotypical person in the Silkway is like a painter living in a studio or whatever, right? But there are like leather workers and stuff, and there's gonna be more money in the Silkway, and people with enough money to buy that and who really want it. You could also go to like a more manufacturing area, and they would be like, oh cool, like I make leather gloves for blacksmiths, and I can make this fancier version of it. So you can go kind of either way, but I think probably the Silkway is a good.
Are we
place
looking
to
at
go.
standard prices for a wagon and a horse?
Yeah, I think standard prices
Okay,
right now.
so a draft horse is 50 gold and a wagon is 35 gold. So that's 85 gold.
I mean, I could buy that now and just reimburse from whenever we get.
Yeah,
to it.
why don't we do that?
So I'll give you my money.
Okay.
I'll give you 90 gold.
Okay.
And I'll go take care of the selling the dragon skin.
Okay. Do you have animal handling?
Kind of. Yes.
Okay.
Levi will go with her for that. Levi's
Okay.
proficient in.
I just want, roll animal handling if you go with her to just find a good horse.
15.
15? Okay, yeah. 15, like, you get a pretty good horse, so it's definitely, like, healthy, strong, good horse. Nothing crazy, but you get a good price on a good horse. So, there you go.
Nice. Trevor, do you want to come with me to sell a few things
Sure.
in the nicer area of town?
Yeah. I'll look for gold. Spells for this.
Cool.
Okay, sounds good. Where do you guys want to start?
You want to start with the scrolls? Or...
Yeah, sure. I just want to see what is the price of a fairy fire scroll and an identify scroll.
Nice.
So it'll be, I think, 50 gold is regular prices, so 50...
50 each?
Each, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'd like to buy one fairy fire.
So you know I can cast that for you.
What?
I can cast fairy fire.
Oh,
for
okay.
every
Well, I'll get identify then.
Okay.
We can go sell your stuff while I look for another spell too.
Okay.
Spell scroll.
Cool. Yeah, so I've got the textiles.
Double check on the price on the scrolls.
So we've got 100 gold worth of textiles and then the dragon skin.
Okay, sounds good. Do you want to sell them? Do you want to do the roll separately or just do it all together?
Let's do it together. I assume that whoever's buying the textiles might also like the dragon
Yeah.
skin.
Yeah, I think that works. You can find like what you find is sort of like a crafting. It's not exactly like a guild, but essentially like you can think of it like a small crafting organization.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a little crafting guild, but it's like a bunch of like essentially artists and crafters who live together in a building and they kind of work off of each other. So they might make things like your silk armor. They would make that. Like some of them are better with silks, some are better with leather and buckles and everything. So they work together to craft different things. So it's a good place to sell something like that.
Cool.
One of you, or you can roll with advantage if you both have persuasion, I guess it would be, right?
So I'm still under the effects of alluring, so I have advantage already.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Would I be able to give that advantage to him by helping?
I'll say yes. You can
Okay.
replace advantage with proficiency, so it's like, because you don't have proficiency, right?
No, I don't.
You have
Yeah.
advantage, but not proficiency. So I'll say that you can count your advantage as having proficiency to aid him
Very
in selling. So you can roll persuasion with advantage to sell. Unless you think there's a different social skill that would benefit that. Like if you're better at deception or something, you could try using deception.
I'm better at I don't know that we would use deception in this situation. I think we just have to get like the best.
Best price.
Best price we can. Yeah. Okay, so rolling for advantage. One of those is a 19, so there's a 23.
23. Okay, I'll say on a 23, they look at the textiles, and they're actually from like not like a crazy well-known. It's not like this was made by Picasso, but it's like, oh, this is actually like a recognizable like textile maker. So it's got like a pattern or a weave or whatever. It's like significant.
Gucci print.
Yeah, right. They're like, oh shit, this is like good stuff, right? Like, it's very good. So you'll get I'll say a 25% bonus on the price of that. So textiles are worth 100. You can get 125 for that. Okay. The skin. Did I give you a price for that initially?
No, it's just dragon skin, red one
line. I'll give you 200 gold for the dragon skin. It's pretty rare. It's hard to come by, and they can do some stuff with it. Yeah. So a total of 125 gold if you sell both. 325 gold if you sell both of those.
Yes, nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. You also have a ruby with 250 gold. It's still warm.
It's still warm.
It's still warm. Yeah, it doesn't register as magical, but it's still warm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm keeping it for now.
Okay.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, I think you guys got a buttload of money.
Yeah.
How much?
325 gold.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what we could do with that right now that would be like the most helpful right now.
Nothing.
So the the orphanage, which was the Lady of Perpetual Weeping or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It's sad.
Perpetual Weeping. That's not
something. It's the lady, Our Lady of something sorrow, and I don't remember what the something.
I think it's Perpetual Sorrow.
Okay.
Or something. You guys are like, don't you kids want to say it, the Lady of Perpetual Sorrow? It sounds fun.
But it would be like 1,000 gold for them, right?
Yeah, it's 100 gold per kid, and you technically have like 12.
Yeah, so 1,200 gold.
In
addition to
the Maiden of Virtuous Sorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. The Maiden of Virtuous Sorrow.
Virtuous Sorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know. So we don't really, unless we need to.
I don't think we're gonna
put money into finding the person of noble birth. I don't know that there's anything else we really need at this point.
How much were those swords at the pawn shop?
I don't remember.
I want to say they were like 200 to 300 gold a piece.
I think 200 gold per person. Because they're silvered and sort of mastered.
Do I get a quest card for returning those?
I can give you one.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I want to take some of the money and bring it to the pawn shop.
Mm-hmm.
There was one from the Kraken school, and what was the other one? Was it Unicorn?
I think it was Unicorn, yeah.
Unicorn speaks to me.
And yeah, Unicorn are also one of the more honorable schools, if I recall.
That's your impression of them.
Yeah, I feel like the few times that we kind of interact school to school, they've been pretty cool. Mm-hmm. So I think I want to get the Unicorn one.
Yeah, they definitely like if you had to if you're talking about like what classes tend to be in each school, Ranger is common for Direwolf school. Kraken is going to be like Swashbuckler or something like that, and Unicorn would be probably Paladin.
Yeah.
So
or like Cavaliers.
Yeah, exactly. So they, definitely.
Yeah.
Like they're more common in the South, in like the sort of like Savo and things like that. As Unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
Cavaliers.
People know. Stay away from Unicorn.
I don't know what pricing guide we're using. Discerning Merchant's Guide says first level spell scrolls are 25, or the suggested cost is 25.
I'll allow that. I think that's fine. Because it's single use.
Yeah.
So.
I think I'll just buy 3 identify spells.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Man, I'm like, right? How did I give you guys all this money? I would use wet erase on those if you can.
Oh, you think so?
I mean, that's what I've used, just so they don't like erase if you put them in a bag or something. But also, like, if we've got a place in this room, we want to keep those.
Yeah.
We totally have space for that. So.
Yeah. Then dry erase, I think is fine. I just use wet erase because I had them like in a bag.
Yeah. I'll see if these are any good.
I might
So-
have a wet erase.
So how much do they cost? Is it
I will say 200 gold per.
200? Okay. So I will buy one of them.
And so the way these quest cards are going to work, when I give you guys a quest card, you pick what you write as your quest. So if you want to put obtain 2 swords, if you want to put obtain 1 of these swords, if you want to put, like if you put obtain a Slayer sword from a different school, you've completed that quest. Good job. You get whatever the reward is. But the reward is going to be sort of commiserate, is that the word I'm looking for? With what the difficulty of the quest is. If you put return these 2 swords to the direwolf school, that's a lot harder.
I put 1 back to the school.
Yeah.
It's far, but
It's far, you haven't completed it yet, but that's a thing. So that tells me what you guys, it's a way for you guys to tell me what you want to do in the future.
Yeah.
So, and I'll think of the reward. You can hold on to that.
Okay.
I'll let you know what the reward would be for that.
thank you.
So,
Okay, so 200 gold.
you might remind me next Saturday morning. You're like, hey, that was good.
What are we gonna do about hiring somebody?
We'll
Like,
discuss
wait.
that on the travels.
Hiring somebody?
Well, I mean, finding a replacement for the
Oh.
governor is what I mean.
I see.
Yeah, hiring a noble.
So, yeah, I think it would be like, we'll go to Fantasy Task Rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Piper and be like, hey, I just need somebody to.
Someone of noble birth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're gonna get a lot of responses.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
My
6
ancestor was
uncle twice removed.
yeah.
He was removed twice for
For corruption, actually.
Yeah. My great
his gambling habits.
yeah.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
You've got a horse and buggy.
Yes. Horse and wagon.
What do you want to name the horse? What does the horse look like?
So the horse is like an Appaloosa. It's like its butt is dapple. It's one of these where like the front half is more like roan or red.
Applejack. We're
And
calling
the
it
back
Applejack.
half, like it kind of fades to gray.
I knew it.
It's
I
Applejack.
knew you were gonna call it
Yeah,
Applejack.
that's what
love
we're
her.
calling it.
Mhm.
I love her.
I don't even know. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Great.
Okay. She does love apples, so
Yeah.
We'll give her many.
Yeah, let's just buy a basket of nice apples and she'll get one, like,
Yeah,
every day.
yeah. Northern Hotaku has great apples. There's a lot of apple orchards up there, so
we should buy her some nice feed.
Sure.
Some, like, honeyed oats.
Get some bamboo while I'm at it.
Yeah, and that's good. Like she can graze,
Yeah.
which would keep her alive. Like she's probably fine to graze as long as you guys aren't in like deep forest with no grass.
Mhm.
And everywhere along the road, you've found like areas of grass. But she'll definitely be happier and healthier if you supplement like at
Hello.
night or like during the day when you take a break. Instead of
Mhm.
letting her graze for the break, you
Give her some good stuff.
give her some oats or whatever. It's like more protein, more energy.
You can drive, right? You have,
Land vehicles. No.
does anybody know how to drive a car?
Operate land vehicles.
Can it be animal
The
handling?
proficiency. If you don't have it, you could still do it. You're just not. That's good.
Would somebody with animal handling have an easier time?
Probably.
Okay, then,
Levi's gonna be a stagecoach.
Yeah.
alright.
All right. We have everything.
Good.
We're ready to go.
Okay.
You can't ride in the
Um,
wagon because you're too heavy.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope.
You like
Levi-
step onto the wagon, the whole thing's like, and it's like this thing doesn't have suspension.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah.
I want to buy some spare parts for the wagon and some nice food for the horse.
Yeah.
So if I can
And
just
like
throw
a barrel of bullets.
And some bamboo.
Oregon train.
Do they have bamboo that we
Yeah.
can buy?
What?
Bamboo? Or can we harvest some outside the city?
Yeah, you can get bamboo.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Bamboo isn't like super native to this area. It doesn't grow here in Hotaku a lot.
Bamboo doesn't grow on trees.
Just grow on trees. But there is some like available. So they have some like essentially like farms where they grow bamboo specifically. But yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, Levi will buy the apples because he feels absolutely.
Okay, so you're buying the apples, scrolls, that sword,
wagon parts, and some food for the horse.
Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
just throw like 5,
if you guys
10
are writing
gold?
this stuff down, that's great because something's gonna happen and you're gonna break an axle, and I'm not gonna remember it. But then you guys are gonna be like, we buy an axle.
Float across the river.
Yeah.
Float across the river. Exactly.
And then I'll die of dysentery.
That's right.
Are you gonna try to get a pole arm or turn your weapon into a pole? This is the place to
Sounded
do
like
it.
we're no. This
We
be
would
the
like
place
to if they could do it pretty quick.
Yeah, I would say that during this day, you haven't really done anything yet.
Yeah.
So
How much
if
would
you
that
want
be?
to, it's twice whatever a halberd costs. So it's not much, probably 15, 20 gold.
Oh,
something like
I
that.
have that.
How much do you want me to deduct for the horse feed?
20, so 40 gold. 40?
Yeah, I
There
had
you go.
like 60 or so.
Here, I'll get it.
Or I would say, for definitely the whole trip,
So now my
just do
club is a
like,
pole arm,
I mean, it's
Yes.
probably only like
and the pole arm,
Horse feed isn't that expensive.
and it's a slashing pole arm.
If you want to
too,
get
so-
the apples as well,
Yes.
we'll just call it. We'll call it 5.
5 gold.
Quite a few apples. Yeah, a little basket full of apples. So.
Would you call it like 5 gold for the spare parts? More.
Yeah, that's like 10% of the cost of the wagon, right? Or it's more than 10% of the cost.
That's more than cost.
Wagon's 35 or 30?
35, yeah.
35. I believe.
Yeah, so 5 gold for spare parts is like plenty.
Perfect.
Yeah, like an axle and some like not like a whole extra wheel, but like some spokes, so you can like kind of bend a wheel back and shape and put some spokes in.
Was that the same?
It's different because it's got reachable.
Yeah, it's got 10-foot reach.
Mm.
So I take the pole and like a fan. This will do.
Nice. Yeah, you load the processes for like loading, pole arm.
Exactly.
Done. Good times. Okay, so for the road back south, are you going to take the main road, which you avoided before, which crosses through the territory of the rebels, or are you going to try to take the old road that you took again?
Old road.
Probably should take
The old road's a little bit harder to find, I will warn you, because
Zoomy.
there's a lot of
More.
like other roads.
More.
We'll do that later.
So like
Okay.
it would be like taking a highway south is you're like, oh, that's the 5, right? You're just gonna get on this main road. If you're like, oh, we're gonna try to find that old road, well, there's kind of a bunch of roads that kind of crisscross near the city, and then one of them like becomes the old road. So there will be a bit of a roll to make sure you like find the right road.
Haha, Levi takes it. He's good at that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's got navigator tools and cartographer's tools.
Yeah, so Levi is super good at finding. So I just wanted to warn you though, there will be a roll. Taking the main road is no.
And then was the cherry orchard, was that on that section, the old road, or was that
That's on the old road.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should try to find that again and maybe mark it.
So that's quite a ways out of town.
Did you mark on the?
Yeah, he marked
okay,
it.
so you'd be able to find it again. I'm thinking that's maybe our best bet for
Kenzo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's safe to assume that Levi, everywhere we traveled, Levi has been jotting down notes during downtimes.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. I'll probably give you advantage for that. Okay, so you guys are heading south. You're trying to go along the old road. You bought all this stuff. Anything else before we leave?
I'm good.
Because
Levi just lunches over. Just
Well, yeah. When you take on a debt, people are going to want that debt paid.
Alright, so where are we traveling now?
Yes.
We should have
well, the debt was with the jade snakes, and we saw that we got rid of them.
So,
Yeah.
while we're traveling, Levi, can you tell us a little bit about how you've come to join us and what this debt is about?
Yeah, Levi just kind of sighs, just like sighs, and he'll just go, as you know, I've been part of a druid haven't. I've been more of a guest to them, not really a full member. I joined them. I've been with them for about 10 years now. My real drive in life is actually dungeon exploring and going to ruins, and as you can see, he like pulled out his maps and everything too. Like that's my calling in life. The problem was is that I couldn't really get money, so I went to these reputable people who to say I thought they were reputable, of course. He's an idiot when it comes to that kind of stuff. No social understanding. And they gave me the money to explore the ruins and do everything. And I came back, and that's how I found my shield. Was in there, and I said I was gonna find more stuff to pay him back, but before long the debt got out of control, and I took the last bit of my money, and I betted on some horse racing, and I thought I had a sure win on it because I was talking to the horse, and it was just so ready to go. It was telling me it was a guaranteed win, had great odds, and was gonna pay back everything, and it lost miserably.
That horse rode really high in his persuasion check.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of came into debt, and that's why before I joined the group, the Jade Snakes robbed me. I was your guys' money. That's why I'm trying to pay you guys back. I thought after we got rid of them that they were done and the debt kind of just disappeared into the wind, but obviously I was wrong. I'm really sorry about that, guys. Please don't kick me out.
No.
My question for you would be, is it something that if you were presented with an opportunity to potentially make a huge profit on a sure gamble again, you would take that chance and try it again?
Maybe not on the horses, but depending on the circumstances, probably.
What would those circumstances look like to you?
I don't know. I guess I would have to see what the situation would call for.
Because I feel like perhaps this is an opportunity for you to learn a lesson about the dangers of gambling and maybe reasons why you shouldn't engage in it.
But I only did it because the animal was so sure about it. I trusted the animal.
And
Horses are well-known liars.
Yeah.
Do not believe anything they say.
And he'll just kind of pat back and be like, "No, you're not a liar. You're not a liar."
You've never seen a horse walk forward but look behind it.
Applejack would never lie to me. He's already assured me of that. Yes, Applejack.
I feel as though your debt is going to be an ongoing issue for us as we try to move on to more important things. So it's my thought that perhaps you could work on changing your mindset about gambling whilst other people will have to suffer the disappointing ramifications of your failures.
No,
So
but
just like my life then.
no, but what's most logical is we tie him up and we proceed forward.
It's not a bad thought. It's not a bad thought. But he does seem to have some redeeming qualities, does he not?
I
And
don't understand those.
Well, he's been helpful at times.
He has.
So perhaps we could help him grow to make more favorable choices going forward.
It's up to you, Nova, but I have quantified this, and he lowers our chances of success with this problem.
Never tell me the odds.
Yeah, it is like a long, logical chain you go through, but you're like, Levi's a danger to the group.
Yeah.
Well, we know we do with dangers to the group.
And in truth, your calculations are rarely wrong. They've got your algorithms quite finely tuned at this point, don't they? Levi, I'm going to need you to assure us that you will not engage in gambling going forward while you are a party to our group.
Oh yeah, that's not going to be a problem. I won't gamble. There's no one to gamble on.
Even if you run yourself into a sure opportunity to win at gambling, I need you to be able to refrain.
Okay, I'll run the calculation by on if that's okay, if you'll let me, and then I'll go from there. He seems to be quite logical.
Insight check. Oh no, that's gone. 17 insight check.
Oh no, he's being completely truthful. He's not lying. Sure. Oh no, he's not trying to pull a fast one.
Have any thoughts about this?
So, do you want to stop gambling?
Well, so above board, like Levi actually feels terrible about this. He doesn't have a gambling habit.
Okay.
This was like literally a.
The addict swears he doesn't have a problem. He could quit anytime.
Yeah.
Well, it was literally a one-time bet that he staked like 1,000 gold on.
I feel like just because it's been several weeks, I do feel like probably for all of the characters in the group, all the PCs, it's like reframing when you first met Levi.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, this wasn't a gang stealing money from a poor innocent dude. It was people trying to recoup their debt that wasn't being repaid. Now, sure, they're a gang and they're
loan sharks.
They're loan sharks, but you're like, okay. I don't know that they were wrong.
Wait, let me test this out. Trevor pulls out his light crossbow, loads it with a bolt, and says, "Do you want to play the Taku roulette?"
Levi just looked at it like
first. Me first. No.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
You first.
No, I'm okay.
He takes the crossbow back and like takes the bolt out. It's like, it seems good.
I will continue to monitor our military's success.
Okay, thank you. Well done.
Okay, so make me let's do a survival check to navigate, or you can do navigator's tools with advantage.
I'll help you with survival. And
I feel like survival's your best.
Yeah, I have a +7 to survival.
And then guidance as well. I'll let you use all of that because you got maps and everything, so I'll be loose here.
Okay. I really actually needed that. That's an 18.
18? Yeah, so I would say you guys kind of like take some like wrong turns, but it kind of doesn't matter. Like the roads crisscross enough that you're like, we're kind of going in the right direction, but you kind of take like different roads. For the first like day, before the roads really like thin out, and you find the one that like is the old road, right? And you kind of see some like familiar parts of the road. So you're going along while you're kind of going through those crossroads and everything, which also like let me know. Aww,
yeah,
adorable.
Perfect.
You gotta repaint that pony. Get a dappled mare. So just outside of Kinto, maybe like a few hours, you're passed on the road by maybe a perception check actually.
Everybody?
No, just
yeah, because he doesn't want me to do perception checks.
I don't want
advantage.
Yeah, 10. Okay. Yeah. So there's not a lot of like people on the road, but I would say you're passed on the road by someone. But the thing that even at a 10 that sticks out to you is you can see their pauldron is like leather embossed in a dire wolf, and so you see a dire wolf. They have like blades. They're clearly like some kind of like a soldier or something, so they have some blades on them, but they're like wrapped or whatever, right? But that's the thing where you're like, it's somebody, they're hooded, they're just walking, so you can see they have like their boots are filthy, like you all notice like, oh, that's a person who's like fucking traveling, right? But
are they coming our way?
Yeah, so they're kind of crossing you, so you don't see their face, but you see like this direwolf embossed that's like very much like in the style of a
I'll step in front of them and try to make eye contact and say, "Brother."
They look a little startled, like they were a little bit like lost in their own mind. And you don't see their face; you just see like a little bit like of a scraggly beard. The top of half of their face is kind of like shaded as they look up. Then there seems to be some kind of like a recognition, and they pull their hood back. This is a man named Urigiri, or you know him as Uncle Yuri.
Yeah.
And he was like your father's best friend growing up.
I'll just run to him and give him the biggest hug.
Yeah. So he kind of seems like shocked, and he does not recognize you at first, but he kind of like looks at your face, and he seems like you're pretty clearly like a wolf slayer when they look at you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's like, Luna, right? Like, and he hugs you and like kind of picks you up. He's like a pretty big, burly guy. Yeah, so this is, he's your father's best friend, his fellow direwolf school slayer. And let's see. Yeah, so he's like, oh my god, like, how have you been? Like, and he kind of looks at your sword, and he's like, did you graduate? I've been away from the school for so long now.
I graduated, yeah. We kind of had to churn some of us out quicker, as you understand, but I completed a contract, made some friends.
Oh.
We're on official business from the Shogun, actually.
Wow.
And I actually got this blade from the Unicorn School. It was unfortunately found its way into a pawn shop. But like, she's just really proud of the fact that this
he kind of takes it, looks at it, and you see he kind of laughs at like a thing inside himself, and he's like, let me see, I think it was Unicorn School. Yeah, he's like, actually, I'm looking for a new contract. My most recent contract award was just taken by Unicorn School Slayer. So this is actually a great, kind of shove to the Unicorn School. Luckily I had a contract, so they didn't take my sword. But are you headed back to the school to deliver this? Or?
Maybe. We've got some business in Ushai, but are you headed back soon?
Right now I'm looking for a contract, and I was down in the Jade Empire, but where there's, the money's pretty good in the Jade Empire, but there's a war here, and, monsters always kind of thrive during a war, so I thought I'd come down here, even though this is a little close to, like, Kraken School territory, just kind of pushed down here by necessity. I gotta find a contract pretty soon. But if I can't find anything here, I might head back to the school and just hunker down there for the winter, do some teaching or whatever.
Well, I hope I see you.
Yeah, that sounds good. Where are you headed now?
Ushai.
Ushai? What's in Ushai?
You want tea, Colt?
Oh, geez. You've got a contract for that, or?
Yeah. That's the Shogun business.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds good. He just says, well, best of luck.
Do you need anything? Food?
No, I've got enough food, and I can kind of scrounge up, grabbing an apple off. It's, what you gotta do sometimes.
Well, don't let the farmers catch you, and I'll just give a big kiss on the cheek.
Oh. Yeah. Awesome. Well, good luck. And make an insight check.
Okay. That is 19.
19's pretty good. What I'll say is, like, this guy is an expert slayer, so if there's anything that, like, any questions you have or anything you, like, want help with, he's got a lot of experience, so there's an opportunity to, like, ask him some stuff. That's what occurs to you, even if you can't think of, like, this is an opportunity to be like, like, this is a guy who's, like, traveled a lot.
Yeah. What news from the south? I mean, we've heard some bad things about, we even saw a pretty ragged troop returning to Kinto when we were in Ushai. What's happening down there?
In the south? Like in Brevon? Brevon is where the direwolf school. And he probably would have passed through Brevon to get here, or at least nearby. Brevon is in a bit of an uproar. The Baron who is the head guy in Brevon is the Baron. He's disappeared, so nobody knows what happened to him. But they're kind of in an uproar, and so they're like, they don't have sovereign anymore, but they're not in any position to go to war with people. Also, they're pretty much, ever since the Jade Empire kind of stopped annexing other territories in the Wei Yun province, which is south of Brevon. Just double check that I've got the name.
Shit.
Sorry. The Wenyang province is between Brevon and the Jade Empire, which kind of gives Brevon a little breathing room.
Yeah.
Wenyang is like this weird thing that is like Jade Empire was like annexing other kingdoms and growing, and then Wenyang actually separated from the Jade Empire as they kind of lost momentum. Wenyang became independent, and so that's like really like a buffer between this part of the world and like the expansion of the Jade Empire. So so Brevon, I don't think is at war with anyone, and they, especially not Hotaku, they've always been on pretty good terms, even though culturally they're quite different. So yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'll let you get on your way.
Yeah, awesome. He says it's great to see you, and he gives you a hug. And heads up to, headed to Kinto.
Safe travels to you.
May the moon light your way.
Yeah, kind of nods at all of you, like.
Have the moon's blessing.
Yeah, it's like a little bit like, he's like, oh, like you've got a bunch of people. He's like, he's just like alone. You don't know if he's like judging you or if he's like, oh, that's actually a good idea. Right?
Yeah.
Like, but yeah.
It's not a debt collector, is he?
No. He's kind of like an uncle.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, you guys are out on the road, and the first night you're kind of under the stars. Does anyone actually use a tent, or I've never got the impression of
I like to sleep under the stars, unless it's like raining or something.
Yeah.
I sleep in trees if there are trees.
And it is getting chillier. You're like just past the solstice, I think, or the equinox. You just passed the sort of autumn equinox. So it's getting a little bit chillier.
Do you have the space heater upgrade?
Just vibration.
Yes, no.
Excellent.
I imagine he transforms into one of those, like large butane, or propane.
His samurai hat is the top of him. His eyes are just glowing.
Make me a perception check. Actually, you specifically. Well, when you perceive things, you can do perception checks.
15.
15. On a 15, I would say the one thing that you notice is when he goes into space heater mode, there is times when like things happen with him where it seems like there's like an extra dimensional space involved. Like parts of him on the inside are bigger than the outside. So
hard to spot.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, so I think as Trevor sort of notices this more and more, I think probably more and more they travel together. There's more and more like instances where...
Yeah, and you think about also like when he transforms, he doesn't collapse. He like you're like, oh, thinking about that, he kind of folds into a different dimension.
And so I think just over time, Trevor spends more time just staring. Like when we stop a race, we're just like staring.
Ian just kind of stares back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Scanning.
Your two most awkward companions. Are they in love? Or what is going on here? I don't know what this is.
They're both scanning.
Yeah.
Yeah, neither one is blinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Just an eye lands, a fly lands on your eye, crawls over it, flies away.
I'm picking up on...
It's like, is he dead?
Some tension.
Do you... Is there something wrong?
No. He's like, your companion doesn't seem to entirely exist on this manifold.
Really? Maybe. Like feels? Like he's here?
Probably
He's here.
exists more than anyone else here. He's like 300 pounds.
Part of him is here. Part of him seems to go somewhere else.
Where can it go? What do you mean?
You sound like you're describing yourself.
Yeah, someone's projecting. Get out.
How much do you know about multidimensional?
But what?
Can you
Go to-
put it on a map so you can take a look and go?
No, it's not like, you know what, never mind. And he just goes back to staring. It's like in that brief moment of like, do I have any hope of making anyone here understand what I'm about to say?
What did you call it? I'm sorry.
And the multidimensional theory, he doesn't exist entirely on this map.
Very interdimensional.
Nova, I am composed of futuristic bag of holding technology. Obviously, I give the very specifics of it, but that's the gist of it.
Yeah.
Is that trademarked? is Bag of Holding like the brand name? Yeah.
Luna has not been developed yet in your time.
Wait,
What?
hold on.
Excuse me, what the fuck?
What does that mean exactly?
Nova, you were there when I was gifted to you.
Yes, it was from my family, which is not
Yeah.
long ago.
It was from your family, but not from now, but from when.
You tell me.
What?
Nova, your father sent me back from the future.
So Levi just is staring directly at Ian.
The technology should be invented in 400 years, you know. Like, according to your calculations.
Your dad sent him back?
I don't know
In
anything
time?
about that. No, I
My-
don't know anything about that.
My memories have been altered, and I am still correcting them.
Maybe there's some corrupted files in there.
I have been decorrupting the files.
Oh. We'll
Sir.
keep doing that, maybe.
Is there anything
Yes,
we can
no.
do to make that easier, or...
There appears to be a block within my main memory core.
Okay.
If we blow in a cartridge, will that fix it?
No,
Nobody
my
knows.
memory is not on this plane.
I don't even know what that means.
Probably at this point, Trevor's like, oh, of course, I
That
understand.
My body is here. My memory
Trevor's
is
like,
not.
yeah, me too. What's your point?
This will make you special.
Are you like understanding what he's talking about, Trevor? Because, I mean, I know a little bit about some theory. We studied a few things in school, but
Trevor would probably be like, well, you know about the plane's existence, right?
I feel like she would. I'm proficient in most,
Yeah.
including Arcana and History.
Yeah, your focus on the planes of existence. I mean, from the Darrow School, it's very, like, practical.
Like,
And for
hey,
practical purposes, they're almost like different, like, regions.
Yeah.
Like, for your theory, it works to just think of them as, like, kind of like the, like, bubbles of soap theory, where you're like, yeah, we're here, and then over here is a place that you can't really reach normally,
Yeah.
but by different spells, and this is like the infernal planes and the, you know, Feywild, different things, and you know, like, oh, creatures that are native to this plane, this is like things that are effective in attacking them, or ways to like send people back to their plane, so it's very like practical, right?
Yeah.
There are other theories that you're aware of where you can sort of arrange the planes differently, and like how they interact, which you don't really focus on.
Right.
So that's one thing you're not. How the planes interact is like,
Yeah.
you know, like basically the ethereal plane and the astral plane are like layers, like a sandwich. Other than those two planes, they might as well be a bajillion miles apart. So that's what.
So it's like that, completely different.
Okay.
Like what he's saying in your mind, like you two are like, oh, like my brain is like a layer on top of this plane. But you're like, it's like somebody saying like, oh, my brain is in Africa, right? It's like, well, that doesn't really make make sense. Why would you do
And
that?
I've even try sketching a diagram in the dirt, which doesn't really work because it's
Yeah.
two-dimensional,
Yeah.
and it's trying to describe an nth-dimensional concept.
Mhm.
So it just looks like a bunch of scribbles.
Yeah.
So Levi just goes up to Ion and just like, so, from the future, then you know the outcomes of a lot of things, huh?
Wait.
We talked about this.
Trevor cast mage hand to slap me on the cheek. No!
Levi, you do not have permissions to ask me questions.
Yeah. You get hit by 10 pounds of magical force in the back of your head. Oh.
Query, what commodities are going to be exponential in the next 10 years?
Memory chips.
So,
Good day, Jeff.
Okay, real quick, is this the order that we want to be walking in? Do we maybe want to have Ian in front?
I think that would be wise.
Yeah, and it's a road, so it's not that hard. Like when you hit crossroads, whoever is guiding can just be like, "Oh, turn left here," or whatever. So, who's in the back there?
Well, that's me, but I wonder if
Kind of sweeping
Or you would be in the back. I don't think Ion would let you in the back there out of his sight.
Also, that's where the horse poop is.
you want me to be in the back.
I could be in the back, yeah. Yeah, just swap with me.
Okay.
Is anyone riding in the cart besides you?
Well, I'm
Trevor will ride in the cart.
Very good. I like that. So that way I can make sure nobody sneaks up on you, you'll be safe, and we have our heavy hitters in the front.
Yeah, I mean, more if you could ride, like, you could be sitting on the back of the cart just, like, watching behind you.
Yeah, that's true too.
So,
Yeah.
So you want to, I don't know if you can jam
Nah,
up there, but
they're
that's
just
fine.
gonna-
You just
just face me
shove
back.
them close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Perfect.
So, yeah, because the car's plenty big enough for, like, 3 of you to be in it. That's no problem. And then, so it's Ian, then you, then the cart. Is that what I'm saying? Okay, perfect.
Applejack.
Yeah, of course.
Well, you said the car.
Applejack.
It's Applejack.
Trevor, you
Applejack is
seem
an object.
to know a lot about a lot of things. I wonder if maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself, because you're very unique and unlike anybody I've ever met before. And I mean that.
Right.
No, God no. Nope, that's not what I'm doing.
You know about your heart rate has increased.
Honestly, that's
you
just
check.
anxiety because he's kind of really weird and I'm trying to be nice.
He's looking right at me.
So, where are you from?
Yeah, so he would he's from a small village outside of that metropolis.
Who freaking knows what's called?
But I have it in my backstory. I can look it up at some point,
Mhm.
but he would kind of just start giving
Idros? E-I-D?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's
Idros,
right. He would just kind of start talking about grew up in a small village, ran away, joined a circus, eventually became a performer, Magical Trevor, and then met a girl, got married, had a kid, and then they died.
How did they die? You don't have to talk about it, but if you wanted to, it might maybe help us understand you a little better.
There was a monster. It killed. It almost killed me.
I understand.
Don't know.
Was this a long time ago?
4 years ago.
I'm so sorry for your loss. That's awful.
And then I traveled around and met you, and now we've been having fun adventure time.
You sound very encouraged about that.
So Levi was listening on, and he's just like, and he just will poke his head around and be like, "How did the monster kill them?"
man.
If it's
private
too
detail.
sensitive, if it's too sensitive, you don't have to answer. But Let's just say that I've had my fair share of run-ins, and I might be able to help you identify it.
I don't know. It's attacked me first, then knocked me out, but I hope they would dead.
You remember red and fire. That's all you saw.
Wait, was it a red dragon?
Perhaps the one that we found dead?
I don't know. Not that it matters. They're dead.
Yeah.
Red dragons do usually knock people out. It could have been hit by debris or something, but it would be enough to kill a family.
Well, I suppose that could explain why you're... How do I put it delicately?
So fucking weird.
Well, that's not very delicate, is it?
No.
Unique. It's not a bad thing. A good asset to the group.
He has increased our military success by 35%.
Good calculations, thank you. Well, I'm glad you're with us, and I hope that while we could never replace your family, we can become like family to you, if that's something that would be helpful for you.
Now Trevor's like, is she coming on to me?
Insight check.
Absolutely is not.
Levi's headcanon, just by looking at this, she is.
Oh, it's a fucking
Why are you
No,
so
but
hot for Trevor?
It's so into Trevor.
He's so ethereal.
He's
Anytime a
mysterious.
woman gives a man any attention whatsoever, he's like, "Whoa, she's coming on to me."
Yeah.
No, we're not. We're just trying to be nice.
Yeah, but what if they are, though?
But we're not.
It's because we're socially isolated.
If they're hot.
Wait, no, let's go. Let's move on.
Okay, so the first night you guys are sleeping kind of like under the stars. There's a few trees. This is more like the grassy area of Hotaku still. So you're kind of like, there's plenty of stars to see. But there's like some groves of trees. You could park near a grove of tree and kind of like sleep in a tree. Nova, while you're sleeping, you're kind of drifting and you're under the stars. You have this dream. You're pretty sure it's a dream or a vision. It doesn't, but it's very like similar. Like it's nighttime. There's stars. The moon is directly overhead, and a beam of moonlight comes down, and within this beam, this like angelic being with like stardust coming off of its wings sort of descends slowly down from heaven. Nova, I know you must be frightened and confused. Your body is going through a lot of changes right now. I want you to know. I want you to know that they're perfectly normal, with several exceptions. If you ever feel alone, just look up and know that we'll be looking down from you from a distance. A vast, cold distance. As with all divine gifts, don't rely too much on your wings or anything else that you might feel within your body. And it descends up unhelpfully into the sky. You wake up like immediately after that. It's nighttime. There's like a moon, but it's like more like it's not a full moon like it was in your visions. You kind of know that there's something else going on.
I will, since I have woken up and it'll take a bit to fall back asleep, I'll just quick do a little painting of the figure that I saw and just keep it filed away, I suppose.
Yeah, it's definitely like, I mean, it was dark, but it was a paint figure like in a brass breastplate with like flowing kind of like white robes. Yeah, like kind of like white and like a light blue kind of thing. So, and not someone that you recognize, and a very like kind of like androgynous face. Like you think it was a man, but like a very like pretty man. There you go.
Got it. Thank you.
Sounds good. And the night pretty much goes normally. You know, you do like maybe you spend some time looking at the moon. You guys take your watches, but you're pretty close to the city, so nothing too exciting happens. Is there anything you guys want to do while you're on the road? Anything else right here?
I feel like you might have had some questions for me before we left before.
Right. Well, you're certainly acting differently in the throne room. What was up with the bowing? He kind of told us pretty specifically what to do.
Yeah, it's a little complicated, isn't it? So, I was born on an island, and I am the only child of the king and queen that have ruled this island for quite some time. So I guess one might have called me a princess at one time, but quite a lot of tragedies befell my people quite unexpectedly. We're very peaceful people and weren't really we weren't the type to attract trouble, and we actually were pretty good at staying away from it and have a very peaceful society. So when these tragedies befell us, I kind of had my worldview shattered, I guess you could say. And I saw what true suffering is in this world, and I decided that it was time to do something different. And so here I am, and I've left that all behind.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So, your father was a king.
Yes.
Your mother was a queen.
Yes, they were.
You're their daughter.
Yes.
Are you looking for a job?
I am doing the opposite of that.
You just see Levi fist bumps. Call it.
Do
it.
And I am here to protect Queen Nova.
No, that's nope.
No.
Nope, don't call me that. Definitely not that. Not that. No, I'm not that either.
Governess, sorry.
Nope, also not that.
Well, she'd be a daimyo, but okay.
Right.
I-
Yet.
No, as I said, I have left that all behind, and that is my intent.
I am here to see that you become Queen Nova.
Well, I don't think you're going to accomplish that mission, Ian. I'm sorry to deliver that.
I will accomplish that mission. That is to do.
Oh,
Real quick. So you probably have a better idea than any of us commoners. Where the fuck are we gonna find a noble who wants to take over a backwater town in the?
The Shogun didn't say they had to be willing.
Okay.
maybe could one take it over and then appoint somebody else in charge whilst they're fucking off doing something else? You know, like if the king leaves the hand of the king,
what I
stays
say
in
about
charge.
that?
Right?
The hunter.
You know that, I mean, like, Gotan is a daimyo who's not in his territory right now. So you can leave your territory and, like, thinking about the way that the governor was doing this, like, essentially the answer to your question is yes. Because you're the daimyo, you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? Like, you're responsible for it. Like, if you're the daimyo of Ushai, if someone's the daimyo of Ushai, then they're responsible for that. But, like, what your responsibility is to Ushai, like, you're responsible to the Shogun, but what your responsibility is to Ushai is whatever you want it to be. So... But, like, then if something goes wrong with Ushai, and you're like, well, I was on the other side of the world, it's like, well, why? So, yeah.
So I guess it ultimately means that while it's something that I could do, it's not something I desire to do. And I'm not sure how we can square those up. Maybe I could do so short term while we find a replacement. But I won't feel good about that either.
Also, I don't know how we prove that she's a noble birth.
Okay.
You just look at him. She is obviously noble. I mean, she even sprouted wings. I don't know if that...
Isn't that a common trait of nobility?
I don't know.
And I mean, who said that we need to prove to anybody?
Well, I just think it would be a little bit suspicious if we come back to the daimyo and be like, hey, guess what? It turns out she's of noble birth, so why don't you make her daimyo of Bushai? And that'll be great.
Can't sign the papers.
It is well, and the other thing is, like, you're in a magical world, so like, I just off the top of my head, I'm like you could zone of truth her or something and be like, okay, are you actually a noble? And if she says yes, it's like, okay, well, she thinks she's a noble at least, so that's something. So there are things like that like in the real world, it's like harder to do.
It really
Like,
should
there's
be,
no DNA tests, but
should be called zone of certainty, not zone of truth.
it's true. So yeah.
What?
Yeah, and yeah, Artera is the one who's ultimately gonna like make that decision, right? So that's like Artera's like, and what I mean is like the Shogun doesn't need to be asked anything. But yeah, like you have to go to Artera and be like, oh yeah, she's a noble. But that's a little easier than like going to the Shogun and being like, oh, she... right. So he's already kind of like dictated a lot of power to you.
It's still sus as hell.
Yeah. I get it. Well, we don't need to decide on that right now necessarily, but just keep it in the back of your mind, I guess.
Alright, so you guys roll on. You can make me one of those crazy survival rolls again. Let's see.
May the stars guide you.
Yeah, take that.
Wow. So that's a nat 18 and a nat 19. Plus 7,
Nice.
which would be 26, plus 2, which would be 28.
28. Incredible. So you guys are going, and you remember that the orchard was like within a day of the trip. You guys are going, and you pass where you think the orchard should be, and there's nothing there. It's like regular trees. And you're like pretty sure you're where the orchard was marked on your map. Like you'd bet a lot of money. I mean, you would.
No.
We'll kill you if you do.
I don't even have any money to spend at the moment.
Yeah, he's like, they took all my money. Otherwise, I would bet.
May I ritually cast detect magic and just do
Yeah.
that while we're here?
Yeah.
Nova, he didn't have money to begin with. That is why he is in debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so nothing pings on your detect magic except for his shield and that axe.
Okay.
So maybe those scrolls a little bit.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah. You guys continue on a little ways, a few more hours, and you find what looks like it was maybe 100 years ago, an inn, but it's run down. There's like big holes in it where parts of it, like the roof and everything, have collapsed, and it's completely abandoned. And then yeah, you guys kind of continue on.
Is it just like just an inn in the middle of wilderness essentially that's just completely fallen apart?
Yeah, kind of. It looks like this happens sometimes when like the forest can kind of retake things. So like maybe there's like a stables or something back in the tree and stuff. But sometimes this happens where there's like inns along roads, and it's like, you know, if you had like a long road, you might have an inn like, you know, 6 hours into it or something, because it's like, well, people are coming, and every few hours you're gonna have like at least a small inn. So this looks like one of those, just like a roadside. It's like a gas station in the middle of nowhere.
Cool.
But nobody goes here anymore.
Nobody goes here anymore.
Yeah.
There's a new road, so this has just gone into disrepair.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. But you're along the same road that you were on before. You're like pretty sure of that. So you continue. I say let's just get back to Ushai. We don't have to do like a whole traveling thing, but you see a lot of similar sights and everything to what you were encountering before. Nothing really crazy happens. You're a little bit more like aware now of things like tigers and whatnot. So, you're kind of avoiding gallows and anything else. So you're a little wise to the ways of this road now. And you approach Ushai. So a little bit outside of Ushai, are you guys trying to go directly into Ushai? Do you want to go visit Kenzo first? You guys are kind of back in your area.
Kenzo's kind of far.
Yeah, he's another half.
And I'd like to have this dealt with so that when we go to him, we can bring the kids back if we want.
Yeah.
Save time. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What's your plan in Ushai? You gonna go talk to the governor?
Straight to him.
Yeah, obviously we can just walk straight in through the front gate to his palace, present the document to him, whereupon, by his honor, he should give himself over to us to be executed.
Or...
We could give him that opportunity, but
yeah,
he's very honorable. He did have that samurai armor in his office.
Yeah.
And he could be of the samurai class, just not of the. More than likely, he's like samurai class, just not noble.
Yeah.
Hey, I have to tell you before we go in, I have reservations about killing him. If there were any other options.
That was what the Shogun told us to do.
I understand.
Pretty sure the word execution is unambiguous.
Kind of don't have a choice in the matter. I mean, I don't.
We always have a choice. Just like we have a choice to not gamble.
It is samurai code.
We are, well, you might not be necessarily subject to the Shogun's whims, but we are acting under his authority on his land, and we are his subjects.
Okay. Okay.
Nova. It is fine. It is samurai code. If he does not commit seppuku, I will finish the job for him.
Yeah, no, I know.
I do feel like you should be the one to do it.
It is code for me to chop off his head if he is to be dishonorable.
All right.
This is code.
I mean, maybe Ian should be the one to do it, but probability-wise, probably Nova's going to end up killing.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate you guys so
Get from the inside.
Usually when people die,
it's very painful.
Statistically speaking, no.
Mathematically.
I deserve this, I guess. I'll take it.
It's only petty because you don't want to do it.
Yeah, we should just walk right up and present the document to him.
So that, you guys are good with that?
We should present the document to the guards at the gate.
Okay.
Yep. Levi's just gonna go along. He doesn't have anything to say.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have to tell him that we're here to
Can-
execute the governor, but we should get official backup.
Yeah.
Well, if you show the documents, it definitely says that.
The documents essentially say that we are
Execute the governor.
I mean, you could also show them the document that's like.
Can we just show them the last paragraph where it says we're putting a new person
Yeah,
in charge?
like,
With,
what part is under your thumb there?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Honestly, we don't have to let the guards read it. We could just tell them, look, this is an official
I
document.
assume the
for
document has like some kind of a seal.
Yeah. And it's like noticeably from an official.
From the
Okay.
either from the Shogun or from the daimyo.
What's this guy's title called again? Sorry.
The governor?
Right.
Yeah, he's the governor.
Do you mind if I take the lead on this?
Okay. Yeah, you seems to have beef with them before.
Yeah, I did a baseball bat wrapped in a barber.
Is this a like take care of them kind of situation? Like,
No, I just want to.
Club with barbed wire.
I just want to try to make this as painless as possible for us all.
okay.
Nova, I can
I
make
trust
this
you.
as painless
No,
as
I know that's not what I need. Stand down, please. Okay. Will you please hold these documents?
1 second. You just.
Do you guys mind if I have Iron Hope documents?
Okay.
Okay.
And
Great. I'd like to approach the guards and say,
we're here for the peaceful transition of power.
I am Princess Novasatori, and I demand an audience with the governor immediately.
Yeah, well, you could see, like, they look like they, like, either recognize you or your description, and are instantly, like, these guards don't get a lot of, like, they don't have to do a lot.
Yeah.
And so they see you, and you can see in their eyes, they're like, I'm gonna have to do stuff, right?
Yeah.
They're, like, nervous, and they're like, oh, shit, what do I do if they try to come in? But they're definitely, like, trying to prevent you. So I'll have you roll a persuasion check.
Oh, I'm so good at these.
Yeah. Or intimidation.
Well, that's not going to be any better. Can he be intimidating for me since he's standing right over, staring them down for me?
Yeah, I'll let you roll with advantage if he helps you with intimidation. So even though you're not proficient, he's proficient, right? And you're proficient.
Yeah, I am +2.
Is this closer to an appropriate layout?
Sure, that's...
Make it big, alright, flip it. That is a 14.
14 intimidation?
Yes.
Um,
Unless I can guidance myself.
you have guidance.
Okay.
Do you want to guidance her?
Sure,
I'll let you choose to do that now, because she's definitely doing something.
15.
Okay. Well, 15 is not horrible.
Yeah.
It's the bare minimum.
Well, it's about to be the bare minimum.
Yeah, definitely the bare.
So yeah, they look nervous, and you see they kind of like there's two. So the way it's arranged, you can see this as you approach. It's sort of like getting on towards evening now as you are Inushai. There's the gates that you guys were at before. There's two guards like in front of the gates, and you see two guards like positioned on top of the gates, like on little platforms above the gates. And then you can even see from your area, it looks like there's more people patrolling now. Just from the short time where you're standing there and you like kind of declare this and everything, it looks like there's like 7 or 8 people going in different directions. So they actually cross each other now, which the wall isn't really designed for. It's kind of designed for one person. So it looks like security has been maybe increased a little bit. You remember the last time you were here, you like had a rally in front of these gates.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Right. So that was like a week ago, and it doesn't look like they're like, it's not like security has been super increased, but like patrols along the wall are a little bit increased. So one of the guards that's on top of the gate, like the 2 guards in front are kind of like nervous, and they kind of look back, and one of the guards on top of the gate, he jumps down, looks like he's gonna go like get help or something, right? Or like get like what do we do? There's these people at the gates.
Ryan, do you have an amplification mode?
Amplification?
You know,
Be louder.
Make louder. Make my voice louder.
Yes. I can
Activate that,
amplify
please.
your voice.
Great. I'm going to make an announcement, please.
Bullhorn activated.
Attention guards on the premises. The governor is being relieved of his command. You all are all ordered to stand down. If you do not stand down, there will be consequences. In the name of the Shogun.
Yeah, you're like, by authority of the Shogun, yeah. Love your roll me another intimidation check with advantage.
With guidance.
Oh, yeah. Alright, here we go.
It's a 2.
22.
22.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah, so, you see, like, a lot of the guards, like, guards along the wall, like, patrolling and stuff, kind of, like, stop. And, actually, I think the 2 guards in front of the gate who really get, like, the full brunt of, like, what's going on here, they kind of look at each other, and then they just book it. They just, like, run into an alleyway or whatever.
You're
right?
like, nope.
Yeah, they're just like,
Don't
nope,
get
I'm out of here. Like, we're the first people who are going to get, like, cut down by this fucking robot. Right?
Where did the guy that ran go?
He went, like, towards the main building.
Okay. We need to hurry.
Okay.
So the gates are currently, like, unmanned, basically.
We're gonna go through them with haste.
Okay.
Get
They
toward
are
this one.
barred. So how are you
Can
going to
you
get...
please unbar these doors, Ian?
Yes.
Guidance.
you could do an attack roll or an athletics check.
Mm.
Different.
Athletics +5.
Attack roll is like trying to hack through the gate, which you might take a few things. Athletics, we just break that gate.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to use my hydraulics and try to... So you said with guidance?
Guidance is an advantage. Okay, you got that. There you go.
17 plus 5, that'd be 22.
22? Yeah. So you fucking kick it, and like the gate isn't down, but like some of like they're not even really like hinges, they're like, it's just like connections along the side that like the gate swings on, essentially the gate's hinges. Like one of them on one side like busts down, and the gate is like leaning really hard, or there's like a gap that you could snake through, but maybe just kicking it again would.
I kind of see like, you ever see Big O where he's got the hydraulics when he just puts his hands on there, hydraulics go yeah, so he never actually moves his hands,
just like the hydraulics. Yeah, so you guys kick this thing and like goes down, and then you just take it and just bam, and the gate like swings with the second hit. The gate like shoves open to one side, right? Like swings on one hinge, but like the other hinge. So like the bar holding the gate is still intact, but like the whole gate, which is supposed to swing like this, swings like this.
Yeah, he put it perfectly on the mechanism and everything. You know?
Yeah. And it was loud as hell, so like you're like, everyone in here knows I just broke this gate down. So
we rush in?
Double move. Let's go.
You guys are just like sprinting
Haul
into
in.
the castle.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys haul in. The door to the estate is much weaker, so you can just bust that down. I assume that's what you want to do.
Is it locked?
Yeah, I would say. Well,
we're just hauling ass, right? So it's just inertia with mass, right? So he's just gonna run right through the.
Boom. Yeah. So it doesn't matter whether it's locked. The latch breaks.
You're creating jobs for craftsmen after.
Exactly. You're like, we're gonna be employed for years trying to fix all this shit. We should probably burn this building down.
Job security. I love it.
Yeah. So you guys run in, and you see a. So there's it looks like the daimyo is like on the back end of this long hallway just inside, and he was like speaking to a samurai, and you see he like sees you, he looks pretty terrified, and he like slips through a doorway in the back, and the samurai turns to face you. What are you gonna do?
I would say the person in the front should probably yell something about how we're under the
Shogun's scroll, right?
Yeah.
So
I
present the scroll to the samurai.
Samurai warriors stand down by order of the Shogun.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will be executed along with the governor.
You see, he like this guy is one of those guys. He's similar to the honor guard, where like his face is covered and everything, and he's like fully like heavily armored, and you can see he doesn't let you guys approach very close before he. So maybe you guys are like presenting this from like 20, 30 feet away. You can see he like loosens his sword in the scabbard. It looks like he's like gonna attack anyone. He looks ready to attack anyone that approaches.
Guiding bolt.
Okay, roll initiative.
In preparation, knowing that we were going in, we're probably getting into a fight before we got in. Well, actually, it would have been as soon as we left Kinto, I would have swapped to my dexterity mutagen.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that because you had like a sleep, so even though you guys, it'd be pointless to take a rest because you haven't done anything.
Right.
You can swap out your mutagens.
21 for Nova.
8.
15.
I guess I didn't think I was gonna let you get out of here without a fight.
No,
Absolutely not.
9.
At 9? Is this okay for the map? Do you want to...
Oh yeah, let's just leave it with this. This
Okay.
isn't like exactly the way it was before, but it's totally fine.
So, how far in did we get? Like one room? Are we in a hallway or?
Yeah, you're in like a hallway right in like the entrance. I would say it's more like, let's call it a room, so it's like an entryway, so it's more like be in the room next to you.
This
So
guy?
that's more like the entryway.
Towards me or towards
Yeah,
you?
towards you.
Okay.
So we'll call it that. That's like the entrance. So you guys are like on the wall here, like on the outside.
On the outside.
No. You guys didn't enter a hallway. You entered into a large room,
Gotcha.
which I'd call a hall, but it's a large bedroom. So yeah, that's the entrance there.
Okay.
And then he's over on the other side of this room.
Sorry,
And there's
are
only
we
two
inside?
doors.
Are we
Yes.
all inside?
You're all inside.
Okay.
I think he was saying the outside wall.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, the exterior.
is Nova going to be in front of Luna, or because you're kind of calling the shot?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Levi would be in the back there.
You want to
Usually-
find a couple dudes for the daddies?
Yeah, you want a figure for
I think we
the
get some
I think there's a samurai in the
samurai
top.
for the
right.
governor, and then yeah, just the.
There's one in the top.
Oh, was it the governor that's lead?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the governor
Oh,
is the
you
one.
said the
who's flying.
daimyo, that's why.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the governor.
I was like, oh, is there a daimyo
He's not
visiting
really-
the governor?
he's
I
not
was-
really a
I
daimyo.
figured that's what it meant. Yeah.
Wow, look at the difference between those two.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
How many bad guys do you need?
Just one right now. There's only one guy in there.
Also, what door did the daimyo run out of? Or the
The far door.
The
So
far
there's only one other door. So essentially, what the way this is set up is that there's a large room that is the entrance to the building. So it's sort of
Oh.
like a foyer. So you enter there. He was on the far end of this foyer, and that's where this goes. So he should be.
More like here. There's a door here.
Yeah, there's a door there. The daimyo slipped out that door, or the governor slipped out that door. He's over there. You guys are right there. So
You know what? You're up for, well, maybe. I don't know what 20, 21, 20, 15,
Okay.
9, 8.
okay, so they go first. It was very fast.
This is gonna hurt me. Woo! Here we go.
Freaking red for this.
It's just one or
The other one ran out the door.
oh okay.
Yes.
Somebody should run after him. Who's fastest?
Probably you.
No, it's gonna be, well,
If you wild shape.
if I walk. Well, I'm going to.
Okay.
I got 40 feet of movement. I'm gonna walk.
Okay, so you want to go,
Yeah,
take
I'll chase him
him
down
away.
as a bear.
and we'll get to you as soon as we can.
I could-
Stay alive.
I could throw you.
You probably could throw a bear. Yeah, you are strong enough.
So they.
It would actually be hilarious to throw me in Levi form and then I
Turn
transition
into
to
a bear. Yeah.
as I fly by. So
The basketball special.
Yeah. Actually, it's not a terrible idea. It's of course you have to roll like shit.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah.
So they kind of take their hand off with their blade and make like a symbol with their hand and
Oh.
shout a magic word.
Yeah, here we go.
I need everyone to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay, all right. 21.
19.
Also 19.
12.
17. 17.
Okay. Sorry, Nova, what did you get?
21.
21. Okay. So, I think you're the only one that's affected by this. So, it's fairy fire. So you are now like you see like there's these like silvery wisps that sparkle. So it's kind of dim in here, but you're kind of like glowing, like the outline
It's
of you
okay.
is glowing.
It's fine. I like breaking concentration.
And then
Speaking of,
who's in front? You
Me.
all just have he'll say you because you got fairy fired. So he pulls out like a hand crossbow with that same
Love it.
hand and shoots you. That is okay.
Can I grab
These
the
aren't as
axes?
easy to read.
That's
You want to
okay.
crank those lights up just a little bit? Overhead light.
Sorry, what? Overhead
Okay.
lights on.
Yeah. So that's 16. So that's not going to cut it for you, right?
Better.
No, bounces off my armor.
Okay. Sounds good. And then that is... Okay, that's it for him. So we're going to Nova.
Alrighty. Was a 19 hit.
Guiding bolt.
Yeah.
Yes. 19. Yes, it does.
Alright, here we go. I read these. What is this even? Okay.
13 damage. Radiant, if it matters.
13 damage. Got it. And he is sparkly, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Because of guiding bolt.
I think it's just for
The next attack.
just
Yeah.
the next attack.
Yeah,
And
the
then-
next attack has advantage.
I am going to bonus action Shillelagh, and I will move to here.
Okay.
And that's
sounds
my
good.
turn. Thank you.
Yeah, so you your broom with magic, and you move over there. All right, then Levi.
I'm gonna bonus action wild shape into a brown bear.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take this, go 5, 10, 15, 20. Is he in the doorway there?
Yeah, he's in front of the door.
Is there a way to do like a contested strength check to basically get around it?
What you would...
Or if I have to use my attack to basically shove him out of the way?
I think, yeah. You can do a grapple check to shove him aside.
Yeah.
So it's opposed athletics.
I didn't roll super great on that. So I got a 6, and then it would be what? Probably an 11 then? Oh.
11 total. Well, he's garbage at this, so he got an 8. Right? Make sure he doesn't have any special skills. Nope, he got an 8. So, he gets shoved. Where do you want to shove him? 5 feet that way?
That
So
way.
you shove him
Nice.
out of the door.
Yep.
Very good.
And then Levi's gonna go, so I move what?
I
5,
think you
10,
moved 25 so far, and then 30 to the wall.
and then run past him. So now I'm out here. Now I'm out.
What's your move?
40 feet.
40 feet. So you're just like in the hallway. Just
Okay.
you just center yourself in the hallway. I think it's.
And you
is
take
it
up the
too
whole
wide?
hallway.
I take
Yeah.
up the entire row.
Way.
So the governor. Do you have a
14.
model for the governor?
No.
I might grab.
It's somebody really ugly.
Yeah.
Someone really
Someone
ugly,
dumb looking.
or someone that's like brightly colored.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, this guy is more of like a cleric
He's
type,
definitely
but
in like
he's
his
That's
silk and stuff.
fine.
So yeah, throw him kind of. He's like over more towards me. One more my way, and then 2 that way. So he's like there.
Mm-hmm.
Which way does he look like he's going?
Towards Nova. I mean,
Yeah.
over this way.
Yep. So Levi, seeing him.
So yeah, you see him right there.
Oh, boy.
Bear in his.
Did you leave the samurai's
Threat range. Yeah, I was gonna say he should get an attack opportunity. But left his threat range.
I think you're still in his threat range. 'Cause
Yep.
He's
Their boxes are touching.
yeah.
Okay.
You're like adjacent to him.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Okay,
so
never
you're
mind.
fine.
Because he's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you shoved him, so you're still there. So.
Yeah, you're still adjacent to him. Okay, so
And that's it.
okay, perfect. That's it for you. Okay, we're at Luna.
Okay, Luna kind of hulks out a little bit and like swings her sword out wide, cuts her arm, and electrifies it.
Mhm.
So that's 2 damage that I take. And then I'm
You're
gonna-
like all your like kimono and stuff just like stretches a little bit, like
Yeah.
as your like muscles, very like lean muscles just
Yeah.
get real tight.
And I'm
It's
just
a
gonna
will
launch
save.
myself at this samurai. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm gonna get into the hallway or the door entry so he can't go, but I would let
Yeah.
others pass.
Nice.
And then yeah, I'm just gonna hit him.
Yeah.
It's only an 11, so I'm gonna use a lucky point to reroll.
All right.
So that's a 12 instead.
Okay. Yeah, 12 doesn't do it.
No,
So yeah, he deflects your blade with his blade.
that's fair. But at least I'm in the way.
Mm-hmm. I guess his blade isn't drawn yet,
Did
so
you
he kind of like.
rolled with advantage, right?
I didn't. No.
Oh,
'Cause he's under
so
guiding
you can
bolt.
Oh,
roll-
that's
yeah,
right.
roll
Okay.
again. So your advantage got you 12, but you can use a lucky point now.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's actually a 21.
Nice.
21.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because I didn't use it because I shoved because it wasn't an attack roll.
You're right.
Ooh. Yeah. So good. That is enough that there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, you do cut under his armor.
I rolled max damage.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, so that is. Sorry, so he's going to take. Doesn't matter what the damage types are.
No, he doesn't have any resistance.
Okay, so in that case, it is 10, 14, 20 damage.
20 damage. Perfect. Yeah, that is a solid hit.
And I'm just gonna stay here.
I would almost not move. I have careful.
Jeez. Let me think. Is there anything else? As you're up closer to him, like this, what you recognize is that this guy looks like some kind of a mercenary, right? So he doesn't have just socially, he doesn't look like maybe he is born in the samurai class, and that's why he's trained like this. Yeah. But he's not here as a samurai. You're like, oh, this guy's a mercenary. This guy's a sword for hire. Then I think that's it for you, right? Yep. Okay, Trevor.
All right. I'm going to fire an Eldritch Blast at him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, have you been making concentration checks for him?
Oh, no.
Good point. Yeah. I hit him, and
yeah,
I hit him.
And then...
I think they're both just DC 10.
Yeah, they're just DC 10, so yeah, he's fine. Thank
Eldritch Blast. That is a 21 to hit.
That hits.
And that is 9 force damage.
Nice.
Beautiful. Love it.
Freaking hammering this guy. Looks like he's bloodied already.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Cool. Well done, guys.
Yeah, you guys are
yeah,
crazy.
That's my turn.
And then that takes us to Ian.
So I don't even need to get uptight before my freaking pull.
Oh yeah, he's got you 10 feet away. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So I'm gonna bonus action fighting spirit to give myself 5 temp HP and then give me advantage on him.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, you guys! I told you it was bloody.
Yeah, I just want the temp HP.
Yeah.
That's fair. We don't have someone to yell at us in this campaign.
Then let's see, +6.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
20.
Oh God.
So
Jesus Christ.
natural 20 with +6.
Stop
26.
already.
1d10 +4.
2d10 plus
Yep.
4.
Yeah.
You could theoretically. Well, no, I don't think you could even if you rolled max.
The 10's right here.
No, I only had 1 up.
Got these ones still here.
Anyway, so I just get 2 of those.
Yep, 2 of those plus 4.
So that's 10 on one, 8 on the other, +2.
24. What do you mean plus 2?
Or +4, that's right.
What's your...
So
And then it's a +1 weapon. Is that included in that?
Uh-huh.
What's your strength motto is +3?
Uh-huh.
Okay, perfect. So that was 22.
and then because it was a critical hit, my slashing damage, I grievously wound it. Until the start of the next turn, the target has disadvantage on all attack rolls.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
So
That must
that would
suck for
cancel out.
It's so hard.
And he's got to make a con check.
And
yeah.
Oh,
and
man.
he's also reduced speed too if he takes again.
Ooh. Yeah, so he drops concentration on
Nice.
after that, yeah, you basically just slap the magic out of him and you stop sparkling.
Oh, please.
And my eyes glow a little bit brighter, detecting electricity coming from Luna.
Is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay.
I think it's the governor who's going to run away, and
Yeah, exactly. So the governor, he runs down this hallway and disappears into this room.
You never run away from a bear.
especially not running downhill.
It just makes him angry.
We barely got there.
Bears can climb faster than they can run. Doesn't make any sense. Sweet. So that takes us back to the top, I think. I didn't miss anyone. So it's the samurai. So you can see he pulls a bag out. He drops the crossbow, pulls the bag out, throws it at the ground, and just boom, the whole place filled with darkness.
What is making the darkness?
It's magical darkness.
Nice, I can see him.
I still see my
And
guy
he's
just
got
fine.
blind fighting. This guy doesn't know what you guys do.
This poor guy.
So yeah, and then as the bonus action, he's gonna make an attack, which he has disadvantage, but then advantage. Well, it doesn't have advantage to attack you. Well,
He can't reach him. He can only reach me.
He can only reach.
Unless
yeah,
you're
so he'll attack
10
you, but it's a straight roll.
Yep. 17.
Ooh, that was a really good roll. He rolled a 20.
Nice.
So it's not that much damage.
Is it slashing damage?
Piercing damage.
Well, that works too.
You got resistance against piercing, right?
He's got
Well, no,
disadvantage.
it's just
He's got disadvantage, right?
Yeah, so he does 7 piercing
I didn't even
damage
see in the dark.
with this. Well, I'll call it slashing. This is
Wow.
a short sword, but he's got.
Yeah.
So we'll call it slashing. So 7 slashing. So you take 6, and then 3d6 poison damage.
honorable.
Honor on your family. That's a 10. 10 poison damage. Yeah.
Jeez.
How are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Rough.
Mm-hmm.
And sad.
Yeah.
That's too bad. I'm immune to poison.
And
I'm sad for him and his family.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to live with this.
So the darkness engulfs you, so you can't see. So you want to throw a darkness circle, 15-foot darkness circle?
Oh, there is.
Yeah, but same. I already took my.
Yeah, so you kind of know where you're at, but just if anything happens in that circle, you can't see it.
So,
Yeah, that one.
could you?
Yeah, just center it on him. Yeah, we can like.
It's kind of fun because you guys exiting that area too.
The band
You can- yeah,
darkness.
put
I
it
can't
under-
not hear their songs every time we bring this into the group.
There we go. That's perfect. Yeah. So there's darkness, and then that's the end of his turn.
Okay.
Cool.
I know where he was, so I'm going
Yeah.
to move to where I believe he was.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is, I get advantage being next to Luna, or being across from Luna, and then there's disadvantage from darkness. So is it just straight
That'll
roll?
be a straight roll. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try to bonk him with my broom. Bonk. Does a 19 hit?
It would, but you could see he draws his blade and deflects it.
That
Pretty sure she.
Yes. So that's a reaction.
I
Yeah, you
hear
don't
it.
see it. So you hear his blade come, and you know that he's kind of like deflected and sweeps your
Okay.
broom to the side.
I'm gonna listen to where that came from, and I'm gonna do a spin. So when my back is to him, I'm gonna do a back kick towards where I think his face will be. 19 to hit again.
Hey.
He already used his reaction, so that works.
Sucks to suck.
So yeah, he sweeps your blade to the side, and then bam, kicked right in the helmet.
You played him.
That's 2 damage.
2 damage is something.
Not nothing.
Right?
That's
so,
my turn. Thank you.
Awesome. 6. Yeah, I mean, he's getting rocked. So that takes us to Levi.
Levi is encased in darkness, and he's just gonna run and go 5, 10 out of
Yeah, and
darkness.
since he can't see you,
Can
he
bear
can't
smell or
make
And
it.
it didn't.
And he already made his reaction.
And he already
anyway,
made it, so it
yeah.
didn't really matter. So he bonks his head into the wall.
Bam, yeah.
Now you can
And-
see.
Yeah, you
And I
pop
can
out of the
see.
darkness and then hit the wall, and then you're like, oh, okay.
So that's 10, that's 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and I see the governor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's in that room.
Boom! 2, dash, 3. Well,
Jeez, what's your double
Double
moving?
moving.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
dashing.
All right.
and so
Yeah, there's a staircase
Yeah, he's
behind
running
him
fast, too.
that you see. So where you are right now is you're in his little office, that room that you were in where you found the papers. So you could see like the samurai armor on the stand, and you see that he's opened up kind of a secret door where there's a spiral staircase behind him.
So I am going to position myself to block that spiral
Very
staircase
good.
by standing up on his hind legs.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay.
But unfortunately, let's see. Do I have any? I don't think
Bonus actions? Yeah, he might be.
Bonus action dash, right? Is that-
Yeah, obviously. No, I don't have anything. So all I can do is block his retreat.
Yeah, you can kind of keep him there. So, okay, you're
Good
in
job.
the way, and it is Luna.
Should I stick around? I mean, you guys have this handled, kind of.
Go for it. Go on.
Okay.
later.
So hearing the bear barrel off and like take a left,
Yeah.
I hear where he goes.
Yeah.
So Luna grabs the door case and kind of like wheels herself around out into the hallway
Mhm.
and runs where she found or heard the bear. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20.
You probably got like
30.
training for fighting in darkness where it's like keep one hand on a wall or something like that. Right?
Yeah,
So
I think my move speed changed. It is 35.
Nice.
And then I'm going to dash, so that's another 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm directly across from the governor.
This poor governor is so fucked.
Yeah.
And I'll tell him to surrender.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Levi said the same thing, but all you heard
In
is it's not until level 4 that I can start speaking.
Have you make a intimidation check?
Okay. Do I get advantage for the bear?
Yeah, I'll give you
Advantage for the bear.
Okay.
And also he heard the decree, so that's not great.
That's double 3s.
Mm.
I imagine that he knows we're going to kill him anyway, or suspects at least that he's not going to have a good time.
You could lucky point it.
I could lucky point it. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Yeah. You're like, yeah.
He knows why. He knows why.
Yeah. You like yell at him, like hoping that he'll surrender, but then he doesn't, and in your head you're kind of like, all right.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was expecting anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right.
it's not gonna change anything.
That's my turn. So.
Okay.
Trevor.
It's good, Trevor.
All right. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the samurai again.
Right, because you can see him.
And it's an advantage.
You have advantage, yeah, because
yeah.
He's blind.
430. What's that at 1 inch?
21 to hit.
That hits.
Unfortunately, it's only 1 force damage.
So
That's okay.
It's all that awesome, like conjuring the ability. It's just like
boom. Oh.
It's like when you slapped Levi with Mage Hand. Didn't really do anything, but it looked cool.
1 bludgeoning. Okay. Is that it for Trevor?
Yeah.
Okay, Ian. You're in darkness, but your passive scanning.
well, this is the situation because Nova's in front of them, so I'm gonna have to get in between them.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could get opposite side of them, and that gives you advantage.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Well, you already have advantage.
All right, then.
Yeah, you could shove him away from Nova.
That's
you
what
step
I'm
forward.
thinking.
Yeah, step forward. Do an athletics check to shove him away from Nova.
All right, so +5.
Are you getting adjacent to him?
Oh shoot, 7.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you've got to step forward so just step forward 1. Your total is 7?
Yep.
Okay, so you try to shove him, but he just you probably use the back end of your halberd to just get in there and shove him out of the way, but he just freaking ducks under it and rolls over the top of your halberd. And
all right,
you don't manage to shove him.
That's fine. I'm gonna have to do an action search then to attack him.
Okay.
And then I shut out Nova.
No.
You're in danger. What are you doing?
Yeah, you sweep him with the back and then you bring the axe head around and just. Well, okay. You're like, all right, if you don't want to move, I'll just kill you.
One. I'm not.
You have advantage because he can't see and you can't.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, on the attack.
Well, he would have had
Still not
advantage
great.
last time too, then, right?
Not on the athletics.
Okay.
Yeah.
17.
17 doesn't quite get him. Yeah. So you nail him. He glances it off his shoulder and ducks his head under it.
Not great.
Yeah. Hard times. Okay, so back up to him. Oh man. Let me roll something here. Okay. So you being able to blind sight, you can almost see the expression on his face when he realizes that you're her bodyguard, and so he's gonna go for her because he knows that'll piss you off. So he's gonna make some attacks here. That's gonna miss.
It's pretty good in darkness.
He sees 18.
18. Okay. That misses. And
That
man,
monk
he's just freaking
miss.
not getting it. Alright, he rolled garbage. Yeah, so you can see he takes his blade and just turns towards her, basically ignoring you. and just like slashes 3 times in quick succession. But yeah, you like you've got like this extra sense beyond sight, and you just like back up and duck and weave, and he can't get you with his blade. And then that's it for him. Yeah.
And now it's the governor's turn. What is he gonna do? He gonna try to run? Please provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, he gets enough courage to try to run. He's gonna run for the samurai armor, which is over on this corner here. So
he's gonna take an attack of
you
opportunity.
both get attack of opportunities, and it happens before he leaves. Well, no, it happens after he leaves being adjacent to you, right? So it's when he leaves your threatened range. So you don't have advantage, but you both get attacks of opportunity. Bear first.
Can I replace my attack with a grapple?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I would like to grapple then.
Grapple.
Cool. I rolled an 8 on the die, so a 12.
You rolled a 16 on the die.
Ow.
So yeah, you try to like bear hug him, and he's like, ah! Like ducks under, and he runs, which gives you then the opportunity.
Does a 25 hit him?
Yes, it does. If I said no, I feel like you guys would be angry.
14 damage.
14 damage on him. Okay. How do you want to do this?
Okay, I would like to knock him unconscious.
He's nobody. He's got no hit points.
So can I not kill him, but just like hamstring him, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you and
Was it
like,
me?
yeah, you go to like cut his legs, and just from like the way he's moving and stuff, you're like, this guy, like I could slash his throat right now. So you kind of like trip him, cut him, he drops to the ground, he's knocks his head, he's effectively unconscious.
Okay.
So
and I'll immediately go to like tourniquet the wound with like some rope or something.
Yeah, so you kind of bandage it. You were pretty easy on him, so it's not too deep. You can just look at it.
Or I'll even go as far as to like tear his nice clothes and use that to.
Yeah, he's in like his like bedtime silks.
Yeah.
So yeah, silk bandages are great for staunching wounds. So yeah, you bandage him, and that takes us to Nova.
I have disadvantage attacking him now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 18 to hit?
That hits, but then he's gonna parry. His AC goes up to 21.
Okay. Attack him again. Nat 20. But it's an unarmed strike.
Yeah,
so
but
it's
still.
okay. It's something. It's something.
Your unarmed strikes are D6s right now. That's not bad.
At disadvantage, you rolled double nat 20.
Oh, no! Oh, it's not a nat 20. Thank you, Jason. Holy shit. Just one. Okay, 4 points. Good catch. Thank you. So used to it being the other way with my other character.
Well, I know in this guy, like, you guys don't normally get people casting darkness on you, so.
Thank you.
Is that it for
That's it.
Nova? Okay, Levi.
Seeing that the
You
governor
could eat him.
No.
Would that be cannibalism? Yeah, right.
It sounds like they're still fighting that guy back there. I can stay here.
Yeah, I guess Levi will just double dash.
Just into the darkness.
Yeah, just
like,
into
I
the
don't know what's going on in here, but I'm gonna start swiping. Swipe right.
Swipe right.
So can I get in the flanking position? So I guess we let me bonus action do a smell check.
Sure.
Just to
Yeah,
kind of
make a perception check if you get.
I get advantage on. It's a 16.
Yeah, I'll let you get in an advantageous position there.
Okay. So I just want to set up.
Yeah, you're like, here, kind of. If I harass him over here, Yeah, from like listening and smell and everything, you can get yourself in a good position. Who are you trying to give advantage to? You can give it to either Nova or Ion.
Oh, definitely Ion.
Okay.
Ouch.
Well, there's a wall there.
Yeah, there's a wall there. But actually, if you go kind of in the doorway,
Got a diagonal.
back, then you could step. You know this because you can be blind fighted. You can step one step to your right
And then
get
you're
advantage.
across corners. Yeah.
So that's like your tactical assessment.
Mm-hmm.
Which takes us to Luna.
Okay, I'm just going to take my 50 feet of rope and just tie this guy up really, really well.
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check. Just that's
Okay.
Unless you have like a tool proficiency or something.
I rolled a 1, so I'm going to use the lucky point.
Oh.
So
One?
instead that's a 10.
Oh.
Okay.
And my sleight of hand is 6 right now, so
That's good.
Yeah. So you like start to really like fumble with it, and you're like not, and you're just like you just take a second, recenter yourself, and then you're like, all right, you got it right. So it took a little bit, but yeah, you've got him. You're tying him up. Take a few moments to do that, which takes us to Trevor.
Right. Yeah, Trevor's going to make another Eldritch Blast against him. Just natural 20.
nice.
Jeez.
He's one of us.
Kill him. Kill him.
He really hurt himself more than he helped with that darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he didn't know. If
Yeah.
you guys didn't have all
Between
of the,
these two.
yeah, that's probably true.
19.
Oh my
Jeez.
god!
Okay. What happens to this guy?
I mean, I think like the bolt of force like hits him in the torso, and like it's just like takes a chunk out of like a big chunk out of his body.
Yeah. Yeah, so it just takes a big chunk, and you see, like, there's, like, a gasping, like, it would have been a scream if, like, he had more of his body left to scream with, and then it just kind of, like, folds and collapses to the ground, almost instantly dead.
But it's still dark, right?
No, the darkness goes away.
Well, in
vanishes
that
the moment.
case, Nova just doubled over puking, because that's just so gross.
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't catch it happening exactly,
But I
but it's
see
not
what
hard to...
happened.
You see the aftermath,
Mhm.
and there's, like,
Gross.
a lot of, like, blood
No,
and
that's
stuff
right. Yep,
gushing out of it.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
And I think based on where he got hit at was based on the blood splatter. Some of that might have gone on the Levi, so he's
War
just, like,
paint on your face.
he's just
Yeah.
like licking his knuckles.
No!
Just a long bear tongue. just-
I puke again.
Yeah. Oh god.
Luna,
We
There's
don't
like
have sickened
bits
in here. We do have
in it.
poison.
Yeah.
Luna, your systems appear to be
No.
malfunctioning. You couldn't hear me when I said to get out of the way, and now you're throwing up everywhere.
I give the orders around here.
Oh, somebody didn't want to be the daimyo. Okay. I give the orders here, but I'm not in charge.
Not in charge.
So okay, well, you guys have got the.
My castle now, bitch.
Jesus Christ,
Getting
that's
some
switch.
real mixed messages.
I'm mostly kidding.
There's a cool,
Levi is so confused.
there's a cool secret passage too that we gotta check out.
Mhm.
Maybe it's got some loot in there.
Maybe.
Sell that armor too. Samurai suit.
So I definitely don't want this to be a permanent thing, but I will temporarily assume control of this place just because that seems to be what our needs are right now. I will designate Luna. You may be the hand, and you may make the decisions going forward because I don't want to be responsible for this any more than I have to be.
Yeah, so Levi's
Okay.
going to wild shape back into normal form there. And he's just going to kind of saunter around and see if there's anything worth kind of pilfering to pay back some of his debt.
Oh God damn it! You're basically stealing from me at this point
Yeah, now
because it's
you're-
mine. Keep that in mind.
This is what I get for coming to back help. I was going to steal before he's dead.
Stealing is wrong.
And you know that I feel that way.
So, what are you? So you turn back into a human and you're pilfering this office, or what?
Yeah, I was going to. I was just going to look around to see if there's a stash of
You
gold.
could definitely search around, but if you take things and we find out, it might not.
Yeah, so you can poke
Pretty
around.
much.
You find a bunch of the same paperwork you guys found before. The only thing you find that's probably worth anything is like that sort of like ancestral samurai armor that he has on a stand there.
Does he have the sword that we gave to him?
Masterwork sword.
You don't see that
Dagger.
anywhere. The straight sword? Yeah, you don't see that.
We'll track it down for you.
It's not necessarily for me, but
Understood. We'll still track it down.
it's important evidence.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was why I gave it to him in the first place.
The armor, does it look like something that would be something we could incorporate to Iron that would be some kind of an upgrade or something that wouldn't?
I don't know that it would be an upgrade. Like, it's not
Yeah.
magical.
Okay.
So, it's probably equivalent to whatever he's wearing. It's like equivalent to like chainmail.
Not something that would be worthwhile for you either.
Yeah, it's valuable as like a status symbol. Probably to him it has more like sort of sentimental value, but also sort of like cultural significance, and like to be like, oh, this is like evidence that I am of a certain class.
Are there markings on it that designate him as in charge of this area, or is it more like his back home clan kind of a thing?
Yeah, it's more like his back home clan. It's like, this is my great grandfather's armor. He was this famous samurai, and I've inherited it. You don't see any evidence of like the honor that went along with that, but you think probably he kind of lorded this over people. Like, you know, well, my grandfather was this person who you've all heard of, this hero.
We should probably allow this to go to any heirs that he has or next of kin then, because it's family heirloom, and I wouldn't feel right about taking it.
Yeah, you could definitely spend some time looking at that. He does have next of kin, but
It might be like a brother or a aunt or something.
I meant like he's not dead yet, but I don't know, I assume that's
well,
it.
that's
He's
true.
being stripped of his titles and his possessions.
Okay, so just to sum up again, you've got him tied up. He's currently unconscious. You've searched around. You haven't really found any valuables. What are other people doing?
Should we go check out that staircase? See where it goes?
May as well.
So the staircase goes up, which a lot of the other staircases go up. I don't know that there is a basement here, or if it is, this doesn't go to it. You're gonna go up the staircase and see what's up there. So you go up the staircase, and in the room just above this, it looks like there's like clothes and things like that. So it's sort of like a dressing room or whatever. Like, you could imagine that he might like get ready for the day here and then go down to his office. You go up one more level, and you see, it looks like a bedroom. In the corner are two women, one an older woman, one a younger woman, like 18 or 19. What you might classify as a girl, except that you're quite young. She's sort of on the cusp. The older woman looks like the mother. It's maybe the wife of the governor. The younger woman is definitely his daughter. She's kind of on the cusp between like being a child and still under the care of her parents, and like, you look like she would be kind of a perfect person to be like getting ready for like a marriage or something like that. So they're frightened, they're in nice silks, and they kind of just cower in the corner when you guys come in.
Luna will step forward and show her hands.
Covered in blood.
No, her sword is put away. She'll just say, "You don't need to be afraid. You're not in trouble, but we need to take the governor. The Shogun told us to do it. If you have any belongings, collect them, and we'll make sure that you have a place to stay in town until you figure out where you're going."
They look like they're too afraid to really like respond very well, but they kind of like nod or whatever, like indicate that they it's like okay, but also like they still look like they think you're gonna kill them or something. But
I'll kind
they're
of
very afraid.
like slowly reach out a hand and like offer to help them up, and we'll get them taken care of.
Okay, roll a persuasion check.
Okay. Not very good at those, but
Okay.
I did roll an 18.
Okay. Yeah, so they kind of like the young girl is the first person to kind of like, she kind of takes your hand because you're kind of a young girl too. So in a way, like she feels a little bit of kinship with you. And then like eventually like they both kind of like get up and they still look frightened and they're kind of shaking, but they'll go with you and they're very like compliant. I mean, they heard the declaration, right, which is kind of what's scary. I think also they probably aren't blind to like some of what was going on.
Yeah.
And like the people that the governor was dealing with are dangerous people. There's been a lot of dangerous people here. So that's kind of what they've come to expect.
Yeah.
So
I'll help them to kind of like grab some clothes and like maybe a box or something to carry some of their belongings. But specifically, I'm not going to let them take anything too valuable. Like if they try to start taking jewelry or anything like that.
I don't think they know where you expect them to go.
You mean like after leaving town?
Yeah, like what are they?
Yeah. This is all they've ever known.
You know,
I
it's
would
like,
to
are you
ask
kicking
him,
them out
has
of
he
that?
been the governor of this for his daughter's entire lifetime? He's been
I mean, probably not her entire lifetime, but like, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe they have an estate or had an estate somewhere else, but she's been living here. This is like their house for.
But do we know where the governor is from? Like,
I mean, I don't think you guys know where he's from.
But presumably he would have family who they would now be their responsibility to take care of.
He might. They might have that. They might not.
Okay. Well, we can help them figure that out, but for now they need to go stay at an inn and maybe be kept under guard. I don't really know.
And I mean, I don't think they feel like they have any, like, I don't think they have any money. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you're going to pay for that inn or try to find something to pay for the inn with. They look pretty helpless.
Right.
At this point.
So Trevor can take them over to the pay
Good
for a few nights. I believe there's one across the street from the governor's museum. I remember I went to a nice bar
there's
with
one not far from there.
I would assume they'd be familiar with it. Yeah.
You've never seen this girl around town.
Oh, really?
It's not clear that they ever leave the estate.
Okay.
You're talking about people who stay here. You never saw, even like you saw the Shogun's wife. You like the governor's wife was never like in the room when he was doing business or anything. So it's kind of like, I mean, this house is pretty big. They might have lived their whole life in the estate. I mean, the daughter may have lived. She may not remember what it's like to even leave the walls of the estate. So to like kick her out, that's what you understand from the short time that you're here. And the wife isn't less scared because she's old enough to know, like, I know that I don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
The daughter doesn't know anything, so she's scared of the unknown. The wife is like, where the hell am I going to go? What am I going to do now?
I think maybe we let them stay here for a little while, just so they can have time to work through these dramatic changes they're about to go through without unsettling their lives more than we have to. I don't think that they'll hurt us being here.
Okay. We should have somebody watch them, but fuck it, I'll watch them and make sure that they don't try to run or take anything.
Yeah.
I mean, but
Not
they're
that I think
free,
they
though.
will.
If they wanted to leave,
Yeah,
we wouldn't
but
stop them.
Yeah.
as long as they don't try to take stuff from the estate, because there's already a lot of debt in it.
And
not ours.
Yeah, so they... Yeah, and it looks like they're not interested in, like, stuff. Like, they have clothes. I think they're not sure, like, what is theirs. Like, what they're allowed to take and what they aren't. But, like, as far as, like, things that they kind of feel more of, like, an ownership to is, like, clothes that are for them and stuff. They're not trying to, like, grab a bunch of money. I mean, like, honestly, like, there's a bit of, like, a naivety there where they didn't think, like, oh, well, I better, like, grab that cash drawer because I love cash. They're kind of like I
don't even know how to use cash.
They're like, I don't buy stuff.
It's weird. So I can empathize with them a bit.
You really do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think that's a pretty foreign concept to somebody like Luna, who's basically her entire life grown up being self-sufficient.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've definitely, and the daughter definitely can take this.
So, like me, it kind of takes a little bit of time for her to be like, oh, this is pretty dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, it's rough. So.
Can I ask them their names, please?
Yeah, the wife is Yatsu, and the daughter is Uni. How old are you?
25-ish?
Yeah, you guys are 25. Yeah, so this, like, you see a lot of, like, yourself in you. Mm-hmm. And, like, that kind of closeted, like, I don't know. This is, like, her kind of, like, you know, coming to Jesus and all that. Or whatever.
Uni, you are going to have a lot of changes coming your way, but I have faith that you will find strength to persevere through them. You will just have to dig deep to overcome some challenges, but you have it in you. Keep faith in yourself.
You're free now. You may not understand what that means exactly, but I think you will come to understand what that means.
Yeah. She looks like she kind of like is nodding, like, but she's nodding more like
it's
she
if
wants
she was in
you
captivity
to know.
with terrorists, and she's just like, okay, don't
she's
tell
like,
me anything you say.
Got it, right? Like anything you say, exactly. And she looks like she's like on the verge of tears, but she's actually doing a really good job of like not just like openly weeping about.
Okay, I have a question, and it's totally okay if you tell me to F right off.
Yeah.
I could cast Charm Person, but can I do it in such a way as to more intend to like just calm emotions a little bit?
Ooh.
It's okay if not.
Ooh.
Just
I think probably not.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
You want like some
because there's calm emotions.
Sure. No worries. Got it.
You want like some tea or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I think they don't respond. If you want to just make them tea, you think that might help. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll go make them some.
And also, they have servants to make tea for them.
Not anymore, they don't. We do, though. We have them now.
Yeah. Oh, you're like, not anymore, you don't. I killed them all. They're dead.
Classic.
So, I guess I would want to just kind of move through this residence and make sure any workers here understand that there is a change in command and ascertain if they're going to go along with that or not. If they have any reservations about doing so, I'd like to give them the opportunity to go ahead and vacate the premises and find employment elsewhere.
Yeah. So, based on the intimidation check, one of the things you're realizing as you go through the estate is the guards could have been a huge issue, even though individually they're not terrified. Each of you think one-on-one you can take a guard. But there were a bunch of them, and virtually all of them fled, right? And the ones who didn't flee kind of just tried to hang back to be like, all right, how's this gonna play out? And if I need to jump in, like if it looks like the governor has a chance and I don't want to get executed by the governor at the end of this, then I'll jump in for the governor. But if it doesn't look like he has a chance, then I'm just gonna let this happen. It's kind of like, I don't want to be like on the wrong side of this. So that could have been way worse, but it's fine. A lot of the servants are the same thing. You suspect they might have fucked off for the night and then be like, they'll be back in the morning and be like, oh, what happened, right? But like, there's like very few people left in here. Well, as you're going through like the servants' quarters and like the commoner quarters, you do find some, it looks like when you see it, you're instantly like, that looks like a gift that was left here, like when they left. It's almost like, like when you go to a hotel and they have like a towel folded like a swan or something like that. But it's a piece of black silk, and it's folded kind of like an intricate fashion, and it's kind of like left on some beds that are very like neatly made that remind you of like the monastery. And the black silk has like this black embroidered dragon on it, and it looks like black silk on black dragon is like very hard to see, but in that way it's very like elegant.
So it's like slightly raised or something.
Yeah, just like the embroidery, so you see like the difference in like the shimmer of the silk versus like the dull embroidery of a very intricate black dragon.
I would like to ritually cast detect magic and just go through the house, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you roll investigation? Are other people gonna help?
I want somebody. Do you want to accompany me, maybe?
Sure.
Hey.
So
you're pretty good at
I can scan too.
looking around for stuff, I would assume.
Scan. I'll let you roll because you have the detect magic, but I'll let you roll with advantage because you have investigation.
I do not.
No,
I do.
you have investigation.
Great.
I'll go.
You come with.
Okay. So you can roll with
You wanna roll it?
advantage.
Sure.
Can
Guidance.
Well, whoever can you cast detect magic on someone else?
No, I guess I could just
Could she point in the direction for me to?
if I ping
No,
anything.
detect magic itself. It's only oneself.
Sure, I'll let you roll investigation.
With advantage.
With
Oh,
advantage.
guidance then.
Ritually cast it.
Okay. That's a 24.
24? Nice. So you find two rings. Gross. You have identify scrolls, but also just the doom scrolls. You don't have those?
Put them on Venus.
Big fan of
One of these times, I'm just gonna play an absolutely fucking wild character.
I would look forward
Like
to
a
it.
goblin artificer or something.
It's like I'll be in a campaign playing with somebody that's like me, which is scary. Have to deal with what you guys deal with on a regular basis.
You're like the goblins in World of Warcraft, where there's always like a environmental disaster wherever they live.
Oh, I can create a just pure goblin character. I like that. Like that goblin energy.
Goblins are like a thing
Don't do it.
because we started in Pathfinder.
Oh yeah,
So there are like civilized goblins in the world.
you're right.
But yeah. Okay, so what's the plan?
That's searching the whole house. That's what we find. Worth note. It's totally fine. Just double checking.
And then what time of day is it right now?
It is evening. So
Evening?
like maybe the sun is just set.
Okay. When do we want to have a public execution?
Do it all.
I know you don't want to, but it's our job.
Probably send out the flyers.
It is not necessary to have a public execution. It's just sort of
My concern is that if we're taking over ruling the city right now, and the very first thing we do is execute the only leader they've known in front of them, it might not instill the most loyalty.
You think we do it in private? Okay. Okay. Local leaders. I think it's important. Okay. When something like this is happening, it's important that people who are in charge know what is happening.
DM, what would I know from my history and watching lands be governed, if anything, about what is the appropriate protocol?
So the thing is, your experience with Ushai is that there are layers of essentially authority between the governor and the regular person. He saw people, but rarely, like, he would see important people, and then important people would do things. The thing about the governor was that he didn't seem like he wanted to get in, he didn't give a shit about the average person, right? So if you're like, hey, this is your governor, some of them might be like, okay, well, I've never seen that guy before in my life. Or maybe like, oh yeah, I saw him going through town one time or whatever. But they don't like, it's not like someone they see on TV or something all the time, or someone that's making a lot of speeches in public. He would see important people and his like guards or whatever. Like you saw and heard about like, oh, the governor's guards came and told me this. The governor's guards came and asked for the key to the blacksmith shop or whatever, right? The governor didn't come and do that. So it's like the average person isn't necessarily going to need to see him executed or see this. If you're just like, hey, I'm in charge now, they're like, okay, fucking all right. Like an invading army could come in and just be like, we're in charge now. And they're like, okay.
I want to make sure that people know that this is an official thing and not a murder.
Understood.
Yeah.
Can we summon the town page or crier or whatever it would be that can kind of disseminate information to come to us, and any higher up leaders of the community?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably people who... So one of the things about this is you can kind of tell people's class by their house. So there's a bunch of people in nice houses in the nicer part of town. I believe it's called Highwind is the nicer part of town. And there's a bunch of people who are in crappy houses, right? So you could be like, hey, we're gonna knock on a bunch of like nice houses and be like, hey, we've got an announcement. You can have like a crier shout in the streets, and you can hire people as criers.
I just want like a crier to like have been witnessed so that they could bear put the news out later.
Probably it would be almost equivalent to have like a public execution where we're like, hey, this is the governor, we're killing him because of this is our official notice. Or to just like set up a stage or get in the middle of town and be like, oh, by the way, here's the order I have that says he's not the governor anymore. So you don't need to have him, but it may... There's different things that it would do to have in public.
Then I would just like to have a few witnesses of, some kind of relevance.
What about the meeting room? Just like throne room, like the
meeting
room.
Sure. And that's what I'd like to do. So if we could bring him there, wait for the few people and the little newsboy to arrive, and
with this little news cat.
And we'll set that scene, and I'm ready for that.
Gosh, gee, really?
5 pence.
Okay, so you're gonna like right now or tomorrow morning, or like right now you're gonna go knock on a bunch of doors or have people knock on a bunch of doors. Like you could probably grab like whatever guards are left here and be like, hey, you work for us now.
Yeah.
And they're probably not gonna argue with you, especially if you show people the thing. It's like, hey, here's the governor. We've captured him. We've captured the estate, and here's our official thing that says this is official. The guards are probably gonna be like okay, like, all right, I work for you now.
Okay.
And you start putting that gate up. That's disrespectful.
That's terrible.
Find out whoever brought that gate down. Now tell praise.
So they can, so you're gonna have them knock on a bunch of rich people's houses and be like, hey, we've got an announcement. Come to the governor's estate. Okay. I'll have somebody roll me what? Animal handling. Persuasion. Somebody.
Not
Trevor
me.
can roll me persuasion.
Just get out there with those bagpipes again, friend.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, this is going to be like for the
23.
Nice. Okay. So within, I would say, an hour or two, you've got maybe a dozen to 20 people of like varying statuses. Some of them look very like indignant about being woken up and how dare you, but like they're there. And
they're gonna go. They're getting a free show right now.
Yeah, and then I don't know. You want to bring in some like town crier type people or whatever. Just one person to be like one journalist.
That's right.
To be like tell people what.
Best one in town. That's right.
Okay.
Scoop.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow you find someone that's appropriate to that situation.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. So you're all like in the throne room. Lay out the scene for me. You guys are constructing this now, so you're in charge.
May I?
Yeah.
All right, I will stand up at the head where the governor would ordinarily sit with...
Well, here's the question. Like, is the governor there?
Yeah,
Which
no.
of you is there?
Oh, I'm
like,
getting
what's... Like,
Yeah, I have you.
how does it begin, though? I mean, what's the state of affairs when these people walk in, is what I'm saying.
Right. So I'll be standing waiting for everybody to come in
Okay.
with Luna on one side of me, Ian on the other. I would like to have Trevor and I almost called you Casey. Levi.
Casey's there.
In the back corners, like where everybody comes in, they'll be like kind of behind where everybody is. So there'll be a bunch of us around and guards outside. So as people kind of filter in, they're allowed to just kind of fill the room. And the governor will be down a bit from me. We will make sure that Iatsu and Yuni are not in here right now. They are not in here.
They've already been traumatized.
Well, off somewhere else where they won't even hear this.
You won't come to the audience.
Yeah, you're one of the good ones. Don't come to the meeting room tomorrow.
Oh no!
And
Awful.
once everybody has come in and found a spot to stand as comfortably as they can and watch this, then I will make an announcement if you're ready.
Yeah.
Right.
Should we give him the opportunity to do it himself? And
Yes, yes, you should.
I will allow you to give him the opportunity. Governor, you have been sentenced to death by the Shogun. Furthermore, I accuse you of child trafficking, and I also sentence you to death by my own authority.
Levi just face bombs.
So now you have a choice to make. You can take the honorable way out, or we can help you make that choice. I'll leave it to you.
I'm gonna say, I feel like I made this depressing, and you guys are making it worse. I didn't really want to do this, and now I want to do it less.
I started lawful good. I feel like I'm doing lawful evil.
All of your characters do that.
I've been trying so hard,
evil.
man.
What are you
It's
gonna
like you struggle to be mean, but you don't struggle to be evil.
Yeah.
So is it going to be Ion or is it going to be Luna that's going to be a second?
Well, yeah, he'll do it because
I will step in front of him. I assume he's like on his knees.
He's on his
kind of.
knees. Yeah.
Yeah. I will take out my wakizashi and offer it to him.
Ooh, this is
willpower.
I don't love this.
Yeah, I think he looks like he's about to cry. Like, it's a little embarrassing, but you're like, yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. But like, you're almost surprised that he takes it and kind of like holds it shakingly and like is looking at you.
Would you have me assist or Ian?
He looks like he doesn't have the nerve to even like answer that question. Like, he's really strong.
Well, traditionally, they are in that position, and then their buddy finishes the job.
Yeah.
I'm not your buddy.
He looks like he's like almost looking for like
a way out.
Yeah, he's never looking for a way.
There is a guaranteed way out for you, sir, and we will help you come to it. Ian, will you please do the honors?
Are you there? Are you like in position?
So is he like crouching down, about to do it?
Yeah, he's like kneeling down, and he's just taken this short sword.
Well, I just say to preserve your honor and.
Yeah, so he looks like he's about to do it, and you like cut his head off. So I guess he retains what little honor he had. The governor's dead.
That's rough, buddy.
I clean his head and get it ready for presentation.
Mm-hmm. Everyone in the room looks shocked and terrified.
I do too.
Yeah.
Does not feel good
Trevor
at
will
all.
start playing the Yushai national anthem.
Yeah.
It is the way.
It's like a cheerful, upbeat marching song, and it sounds mournful as hell when you play it on bagpipes.
It is the way of the samurai.
How do we get somebody to clean this up?
Yeah, hey, where are those servants at when you need them? Yeah, okay. Governor is dead.
I know exactly what I'm gonna call this episode.
Happy fun times.
Heads are gonna roll.
Awful. Well, there is one issue now. There's no leadership in Ushai.
Who's got that scroll? Do you have it?
No, I thought
I had it.
I
think you have all the papers.
Are you you're gonna put your name on it?
I don't have a choice, do I?
I mean,
Well, we could probably.
We could try to find someone.
Well, right, but for the
Which
for
is
the
probably what
time
we
being.
should have done before we did all of this.
what about
Which I thought we were going
You
to do.
could have.
idea. No, that's not a bad idea.
I mean,
His daughter would be a
So-
yeah.
Incorrect. He
No.
was not of noble
Oh,
birth,
that's
which is why he's a governor.
yeah.
So he's like a samurai, but he's not a noble.
Is there any hacks? No, excuse me. Nova would know about somebody becoming a Nova or a royal. Sorry,
Becoming a
like
Nova.
you could knight somebody on the spot, kind of a thing.
Or there's like those services where you pay them to like essentially
Yeah.
find your noble
Yeah.
lineage. Yeah.
Yeah,
LinkedIn.
probably not. So, it's by blood, and even when you like look back at like your history lessons, like okay, maybe someone could be like divinely appointed, right, becoming a noble. So you could like if an angel or a god or a dragon or something, some super powerful being where people sort of recognize its like divine authority could like appoint you, then
we
you
killed
would
the
be,
only dragon we know.
you killed the only dragon you know. So yeah, something like that. That's like where all nobility claims, or they're like, I'm a warlord and I killed everyone and now I'm in charge, so I'm a noble. And it's like, all right, I guess you're a noble, right? Like you can do that, but
Would they count a giant?
I was
But the
thinking,
problem
but
is-
if we cure him,
The exact wording from the Shogun was
Mhm.
of noble birth.
yeah.
Birth.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I know it sucks, and we could maybe figure out something like alternative later on, but right now you're like our only option. And even that's super convenient.
the most reluctantly I've ever done anything in my
Mhm.
life, I'm going to take this on.
Okay. You don't have to like write it's not like an actual form that you like, write your name
Right.
on, but like the if you claim it, I mean, like the thing is, who's gonna be like, you're not a noble or whatever, right? Like you just kind of go, guess what? I'm a noble, and this gives me authority to rule here. So I'm the daimyo now. I mean, like the people that could question that are like other daimyos or the shogun. But like these people aren't gonna say anything. You just fucking killed the governor, so you don't really need to prove much
Yeah,
to them.
understood.
Yeah.
My first action as the new governess of this place is to found an orphanage at the most useful abandoned building that can be renovated so that our children will have a place to stay when they return to the city if they so choose.
Well, that's convenient. That solves that.
So you. Oh, one thing. Refer to yourself as a daimyo because governor.
How do you even spell that?
Daimyo.
Yep.
All right.
Daimyo.
Got it.
Daimyo.
Wow.
You'd be starblasting people.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we should
Okay, yeah. These people look around a little confused. They look like they're pretty out of touch.
Yeah.
But do you want to try to like work with them to figure out like, hey, does any of you have or know of a building that's
Yep.
not being used
Totally.
right now?
I want
Do you
to
wanna do
be
that?
super like chill with these people. I want to make the city better. I want to
What?
earn their faith.
What skill do you want to use to try to talk to them to find? We're just going to work on the orphanage problem first. So you're like, orphanage problem. First on the agenda.
Well, it's my job to give out orders, not necessarily to make them happen. So I will let my master of whispers handle interacting with town folk.
Yeah, definitely call them that.
And my hand can, make any other pertinent decisions necessary, especially for stuff like security.
How do you guys feel about that? You're like, all of a sudden.
I'm not doing this alone. So.
Trevor's like fine with it, which should
Yeah.
probably concern you all.
He's like, all right.
Sure.
Master of Whispers, got it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, make me
Levi doesn't get attacked.
persuasion check to try to figure out. try to talk to these people about finding
Daimyo didn't give me
anyone
that.
has a building that can be turned into an orphanage.
May the stars guide you.
And go.
Yeah, it's not great.
I thought you were saying, yeah.
Yo!
11. Wait, what is it? Persuasion?
Persuasion.
11.
Okay.
Well, it
It's
is
okay.
possible to roll a 5 on a
Yeah.
d20.
Bullshit. Fire that D20. Put it in jail.
Yeah, they, as you're like trying to talk to them, I think what you realize on that persuasion check is it doesn't even seem like persuasion is the problem. They're like pretty out of touch, and
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
like, fucking, I don't know.
Have you people walked the South Side? Do you even know your own streets? What these people go through every day?
I think they all look around at each other. What the impression you're getting is almost like not all these people are old. Some of them are like in their 30s or 40s or whatever, right? But they all look like
can
they
we,
were...
can we let that clear out for a second?
What?
He's
The-
gonna have to edit that out, so just.
Oh.
Now go ahead.
So, not all these people are like older, like a lot of them are in their 30s or 40s, but they all are essentially like retired people.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, oh, like they live in Ushai because they're like, I either have an estate somewhere else and I just live here because it's like convenient, or for I don't want to be like near the city or whatever it was. But like, these aren't even like heads of business. Like maybe some of them are, but then they're like, I don't know, I have like people that like do that for me, and then I just like collect the money. So they're very much like business owners, not business managers. So they don't really know if they have a building available.
I would suggest that you all take a little time to familiarize yourselves with how this city runs, because it needs to improve.
Yes, improve.
And I would say, without even rolling like an insight check or anything, as a daimyo, what you could do is just walk the streets and go, guess what? That building's an orphanage now. Figure it
Yeah,
out.
I mean that's kind of I think what I'll ultimately do. I'll find one that's.
And you can
suitable.
find like, you're trying to be more like nice to your civilians. You can try to find like something that's already abandoned. You're like, hey, nobody's using
I
that,
don't want to take
so I'm
something
taking.
else.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Stuff.
yeah. And I would see if any of the tradespersons would be happy to enlist themselves in helping kind of renovate and prepare the place for
Mhm.
habitation again. But this isn't something I would force them to do. Just politely request.
Yeah.
So you're temporary governess then?
Yeah.
Temporary
Damn, yo.
Yeah.
Damn,
So, I think the situation basically is that there's not a lot of stuff with cash value in the estate right now, which you would expect there to be. They should be like a treasury that you can pay gold out of. You guys don't really get a lot of that. There's things that you can like hand out to people for now.
Sell off the daughter.
But
Stop.
jeez. But you could like levy a tax, right? Like you can just go like, hey,
Alright.
old government is gone. It was corrupt. We've eliminated the corruption, which, by the way, you find a bunch of the paperwork in the books that you found before that's like, records of debts and things like that. Even if the records aren't like in code, it's sort of like things that don't super make sense. Like you'd have to like know what's going on to like interpret the ledgers. But essentially, as a new government, you can say, oh, hey, we're not, like, if the Jade Snakes come to you and they're like, you owe us 10,000 gold. You can be like, no, we don't. That was the old governor.
Yeah.
And sucks to be you. But you're going to have to back that up with force, probably.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you're understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So,
The governor kept his own books, right? He didn't have anybody that like kept the numbers, right? He was the one that
essentially, he was probably the one that did it himself. Maybe to save money. He seems like a frugal guy.
Yeah.
So he kept his own ledgers. Yeah, but it wouldn't be totally crazy for you guys to go around and just be like, hey, we're rebuilding Ushai, we're changing things, we're levying a small tax right now to implement. Especially if you go like, hey, we're building an orphanage, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're collecting taxes. Nobody loves paying taxes, but they're like, all right, fine. So,
I think another thing that we should really try to do is figure out what's going on south of us and establish some trade, because that's like the lifeblood of this town. It's on the border.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think once we, I mean, my priorities, and it's okay if you want to do something different, but I think we get the kids and, what was his name? Kenzo here. Well, we've got to stop by a nearby temple as well, right? Yeah. See if we can't cure him. And I think once we've done those two things, then yeah, absolutely, we try to restore trade.
How much money do we have right now? Because I don't really know how much it's going to be to help Kenzo, but it's going to cost something. And we also need to do something with this place.
I have like 130.
I've got 120.
What I'd like to do, if it's okay with you guys, is to manage Ushai and your personal finances separately.
Yeah, okay.
So we just don't refer to Ushai in terms of like 1,000 gold pieces or whatever. They just have their own economies. If you guys want to talk to me about like siphoning off of that, that's a discussion we can have. But unless you're trying to siphon off of Ushai, we'll just assume that like taxes that are levied go to managing Ushai. I don't really want this to be like a Sim City.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna start a separate game of Catan.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to do that. So yeah, we could just be like, okay, we're gonna levy a tax for the following things, all the money we levy, and then the heft of the tax will be comparable to the work you guys want to get done.
All right. So,
but yeah, how much money do you guys have?
120, 130. How much?
I've got it scattered all over. So
don't worry about it then.
Minus 2,200.
Yeah. Shut up.
I know that we have.
Also, whatever he owes to you guys, which is net zero.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to the Bank of Kinto. We're gonna buy out all of his debt with the finances from Ushai.
Oh
boy!
You work for Ushai.
Yeah, you work for the city of Ushai now.
Bad idea. He's giving free labor anyways.
Just saying.
Work off his debt.
And then nobody's gonna come for it.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna come for you.
Yeah.
Levi would like to leave and go dungeon exploring.
Like,
not till you work off those debts.
Well, now the official Ushai security forces are coming after you.
Yeah.
Good luck tracking me.
It's like a bear building a road. It's like pulling a freaking paving machine.
Oh, another thing I'd like to do then is ask the wife that was there if she knows what the monks came for and anything that was discussed while they were there.
Yeah, she, her and her daughter seem like they're kind of like, they keep up with like their spirituality and religion and things like that. The monks, she said, were looking for someone. She doesn't know like who. She didn't get like a really interesting. They didn't talk to her because they know that she doesn't like know anyone.
That's really bad.
But yeah, those monks were looking for someone, and she didn't like those monks, right? So monks come through pretty regularly, but these monks, there's something she didn't like.
So what are we doing with wife and daughter?
You want to give them jobs?
They can work in the textile business.
Oh, okay. No.
So we execute him for human trafficking and then traffic his family.
Yeah,
awesome.
they are, as far as their skills, they don't have like a whole lot of skills, but they do like, they kind of like you, they do painting and calligraphy. They're literate, which is something that like a lot of people aren't.
Honestly, giving them jobs is like scribes or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Using the skill set that they already have. Yeah.
And maybe just help them improve. Like I'll help with painting, teach her how to paint different.
Yeah, and if you get to know them, they're pretty sharp. Like the mother and the daughter are both like pretty intelligent people. You get the idea that the governor was a pretty smart guy. Yeah. So like
not smart enough not to get caught.
I mean, I suppose it's gonna be hard to like earn their friendship, being that we just executed him. However, like I don't want them to feel, like they're a part of that or that they're in any danger, and I want them to feel welcomed and they can be here and be safe as long as they need to be.
Yeah, socially, I don't think they feel like it's their role to like get vengeance or something.
Yeah.
Like if you'd have a bigger problem if he had a son, but like they don't feel like it's their role in society to like get revenge. Like they weren't brought up that way. There are like women who fight, and there are fighting women.
Really?
These people aren't these people aren't that.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're like in their home, in their household, they had a specific role, which was kind of like just to look pretty or whatever.
Right.
So they're not like, I'm gonna get vengeance for my father, right? Also, in the wider society, people get executed, right? It's like, hey, that happened, it was official. They might be upset about it, and they might be upset with you about it, but like not that upset.
Right.
I didn't kill your dad, the Shogun killed your dad.
I mean, it's true. Well, I did kind of say. Okay, well, I would like to have Ayan pack up the samurai armor for the daughter then, because presumably she'll have kids someday, and so that can continue on down that line.
Well, they kind of talk to you, like, this guy was like the last of his kind of family, which is how he got the armor. He's like, it's kind of like, you know, this is their shitty descendant, but it's the only descendant,
right.
So he gets it.
Well, with any luck, when she has children, they'll turn that around.
Yeah, so it's something that she could pass down or whatever, right? It would be something like if she got married, like it would be like, oh, this is like something that she could bring as like part of like value to the marriage.
Not to commoditize her, but it would be very helpful if she, say, married somebody important in Brevon that we could then establish more trade.
The daimyo of Ushai.
What?
She could marry
Yeah.
and kind of solidify the
Hold
transition
on
of
a
power.
second. Wait a second.
Hey, I'm not making any assumptions about Nova. I mean, I am, but
You know I'm not on Sierra right now, right?
Obviously, we would like let her pick, or
Yeah.
you could pick any daimyo of Ushai you want. It just has to be a daimyo of Ushai.
Okay, moving on. So we want to go find Kenzo and the kids after we like pick a good building for the orphanage.
Yes,
and
but
I guess kind of square away, like give people stuff to do while we're gone.
Yeah, you can definitely like and a lot of these people, like I said, like they're kind of retired, but like I mean you could like appoint them to things. Some people even like this, like you know, like they didn't have probably a lot of work to do in the old version of Ushai, but now if you're like, hey, we need someone to like manage this, right? Like there's a little bit of like honor or whatever in that. And also like they, you know, you could pay them out of taxpayer funds, right? So it's like, good, you're like, who wants to be an administrator? We're paying, you know, 50 gold per month or whatever. And somebody might be like, yeah, okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so.
my thoughts are that one or two of us should stay behind, just since everything is so newly changed, in case something comes up. And then maybe the rest of us go get them and bring them back.
It might not be a bad idea to have Nova and Ion stay, because Ion's gonna go anyways, and then I can lead them with the maps, show where Kenzo is, and then having Luna as security and Trevor as just that's just like a tactical nuke, I guess.
Trevor, it's up to you if you'd like to.
If he wants to go.
Stay. I don't know.
I mean, realistically, Luna and I could easily go get the kids.
Yeah.
I know you were kind of partial to the kids.
Sure. I mean, probably don't want to leave Trevor in charge necessarily.
Well, that's why we're staying.
Okay.
All right, you two come with me.
Okay, so one thing, realistically, it makes sense for you guys to split the party. This is Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm not gonna like stab you guys in the back because you decided not to split the party.
Yeah.
So you just go. Like Ushai will be fine for a day.
Okay.
We're not gonna have somebody like take over.
Be like, I'm in charge now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not gonna happen. You should have.
If it was me DMing, that would absolutely happen.
No,
That's a terrible idea. You just did a coup and now you're leaving? Somebody else is going to fill in that.
Yep.
Really?
Nice
'Cause I don't
car
think
vacuum.
that. I disagree because I think that they know when you come back, you're probably going to kill whoever. Right? So they're like, fuck that. I'm not.
I'm worried about the jade snakes specifically what I'm
that would be something to worry about. But
All right then.
Okay.
That's what we'll do.
We'll go find the kids. Not find the kids. We know where the kids are. We're gonna go to the kids.
he's good.
Do
Okay.
we know where the
We do.
You're so
We might know where the
funny.
kids are. They might have been eaten.
Oh yeah, I forgot they got eaten by that witch.
Yeah.
You find 4 or 5 remains of kids.
You find a dozen children, skeletons.
And the rest are preserved with salt.
Mhm.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Bunch of dead bodies packed in salt. Okay. Yeah, so you guys head south along the road. I assume you skirt around that
Same,
weird
yeah.
grove again, like
Same.
you always do.
Yeah.
And then
I
you
want to go in that grove one day.
We will at some
One
point
day.
for sure.
I went in there, I got lost.
yeah.
Yeah, that's because you have bad directions.
That's not
Yeah, you don't know what you're doing. When have you ever lived in the wilderness? You go south, you cut across, you find the cave, giving a wide berth to the swamp, and you're at the cave. In the 2 weeks or whatever that you've been gone, you can see there's like a bunch of stuff. Like the tree had like the tree house in it, like all this branch and stuff. So they don't have like a tree, and they're not building that. But there's like beds in the cave, and there's a bunch of stuff like outside the cave. There's like a drying plate, like a smoke hut for like smoking, deer or whatever. And there's like all kinds of, there's even like a teeter-totter at one point. Like at first you're like, I don't know what that is, right? Some kind of like a construction tool, and it's like, oh, that's a fucking teeter-totter.
That's awesome.
So there's a bunch of stuff that's like that they've built like since then, and they've got some like stuff in the trees because the kids like climbing. But it looks like they haven't wasted any time like
It's cool.
developing.
I
some
almost feel
stuff.
bad turning them away from here. They seem happy.
It's not gonna stop us, but I feel bad. Listen, I felt bad doing a lot of things today.
I have the authority to make them. It should just be their choice. But I do at least want to get him taken care of at the temple.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, they could always come back here. Like, they could.
I mean, like field trip.
Yeah, make it like a
Yeah.
summer camp.
Yeah,
There
cool.
you go.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
Great.
Kenzo will get
We
like
can
a
monetize
graphic
this
tee.
shit.
Uh-huh.
I get like graphic t-shirts.
Levi's
Camp
just gonna
counselor.
go.
Levi could teach him
No.
animal handling.
Ken
Stop.
Usha is our kind of player.
Levi's just going to keep on interjecting as he's tried to do multiple times when you guys are going off on tangents about this kind of stuff, and just go. You know it's okay to live in outside of in the woods, right? Like you don't even like.
Yeah, no, I know.
Like,
It's
I've been out of the Druid Coven for a while. I did not spend my entire 10 years in the Coven. I went out and lived on my own, developing my own survival instincts. These kids were taught by Kenzo. They will probably be fine. Like, please give them the opportunity if they want to stay.
I think what we ought to do is get Kenzo cured, and depending on how he feels at that point, then we'll make a decision. We're jumping the gun to try to decide now. Motherfucker.
Alright, well,
Your dad stepped out to manage you, but
I think that's a good stopping point.
You are unmanageable like your mother.
God, I don't know where you get it.